Okay, y'all, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. I am here to work on this game. I'm going to prototype a new game in Godot. I'm doing Godot streams pretty much exclusively, and in particular, I'm working on a new idea. It's going to be a specific game that I'm working on. I do want to say I got a new internet service provider recently. If you've been coming through these live streams, you might know I've had some internet issues. Now, I will say I am already seeing some internet issues, which is just very exciting. So hopefully that will resolve itself. But we're here. Let me know if you notice any weird issues. Thank you. And if you notice any weird internet issues, let me know. We'll just have to be okay with that. My goodness. Maybe it's just I'm used to because the new internet service provider I got has slower overall speeds, but it should be more stable. So we'll see. It is exciting, Frank. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. So this new game that I'm working on, let me tell you about it. This game is... I actually haven't told you about it at all. I don't think you have any idea what it is. A delicious Wi-Fi upgrade. I hope it's... Well, so I'm using Ethernet because... And it is... We do get the Wi-Fi too with it, but I like to use Ethernet with a lot of this because otherwise the stream is slow. It's weird. It's like I can't tell if I'm having connectivity issues because I feel like it's fine. I think it's fine. I think the internet might be fine. It's just different. We'll see. So I don't have much for this game built. You will see there is this character in here. This is a new game I'm working on. I want to make it a big project that I work on. Not the biggest project, not so big I can't finish it, but big enough that I'm proud of it and maybe want to share it out there with the world. All that's in there is just this little 3D character. That's all we got. Let me tell you a little bit more about it. So I actually made a little animation. Oh gosh. Oh, the bitrate is dropping. Oh, that concerns me. Oh, that concerns me. Man, I don't know if it's an upgrade, Frank. I'm not sure it's an upgrade. I hope it is. I really do. Oh, wow. It is dropping. Wow. That is disappointing. Wow. I wonder why that is. I really do. I really do. Well, anyway, if you guys notice it, let me know. We got DNF Dead in this house. Thank you for coming through. I took a long break for a while. That was a thing. I'm a little rusty there. You saw the bitrate drop. Dang. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that, Frank. I do. I don't know if there's really anything I can do, if I'm being honest. I just think it is what it is, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think I say anything I do. So who knew? Apparently I had it good before. Dang. Well, that concerns me. That concerns me. I put Patreon money. I put Patreon money towards that. My arm is okay, DNF. It's this arm that I got a surgery on. It's doing a little better. I can't move it as much as the other one. But I can opt to not use the sling if I want to. Which is nice. I'm going to show you guys this animation. This is not a beautiful animation. This is not a game. This is just a little mock-up animation I did to try and approximate what the game might look like. So I will show you what that is. Okay, look, it's really rough. I didn't even finish it. This animation. But the idea is that you have these limbs that you can use to get meat. You have limbs, you grab meat, and you eat meat, and that meat helps you regrow limbs. You can also take that meat and send it back to your home planet, because you're an alien. You're an alien. You're running all around, and you're invading Earth, and you're grabbing people and stuff like that. Now, the limbs can be damaged, and these bars here represent the health of each limb. And what'll happen is you'll take damage either by walking on something that hurts you, or running into something that hurts you if you get shot in the arm, whatever. So this is something that is partially inspired by like the survival dream game I want to make, which just has so many features like limb damage. And I wanted to make like a super realistic survival game was what I wanted. And that the problem with that is it's too big a scope. The scope is way too big. So I am just going to focus on like one small part of that, which is limb damage. I'm going to make just a little game just about invading Earth and finding meat, and then protecting your limbs, and then you can regrow those limbs as well. So part of that gameplay loop, in theory, right? So what I want to do here today is begin prototyping the game. And part of the idea is that you would not be able to get points unless all of your limbs are intact. Because when you grab an enemy, or meat as it were, and you eat it, it's right, it's superpower, it's alien with limbs. Yes, exactly. Super limbs. Like, they can stretch really far and do all these cool stuff. And if your limb is a little damaged and you eat meat, it's not going to go back to your home planet. That is to say, it's not going to increase your score. It's only going to heal your limbs. So you have, and I don't know, maybe this will change, right? This is just like a prototype concept. So like once I start putting it together, it might be like, this doesn't make sense. This feels wrong. Let's change this. But for now, that's kind of the idea. Now, I mean, this character is just standing here. It's not. It should be moving. Again, I didn't finish this animation. Was just a little mock-up to imagine what the game might be like. And then that block going by would be like a building or an obstacle that, if you're not careful, could break your limb off or lose your limb health. And then as your limbs are removed, you lose abilities. So, for example, if you're grabbing stuff, yeah, you get it. Yeah, exactly. So if you lose both of your legs, the idea that I have is that your alien character is going to automatically start using one of the arms to move, meaning your range for grabbing things will be more limited, and you won't be able to grab as often. So things like that. If you only have one arm, your range will be limited. If you only have one leg, you'll be slower, hopping on one leg, stuff like that. So exactly. So there's different like states of movement and ability depending on how many limbs you have. And then, I guess not technically you die if you lose all the limbs. It makes sense. Let's go. It's not like you technically die, because I'm thinking like the head and or the body take separate damage, and that's like permanent damage. So if you lose all of your body and head health, then you die, right? So then the other thing too is that you could, like, in theory, maybe, and again, it's gonna take me a long time to build this out because I'm super new to Godot. But the idea would be is maybe you could block damage as well, right, to protect yourself, which would then be absorbed in your arms. So I don't know, there's a lot to think about, power-ups and enemy types and things like that. But this is the general idea I have for the game. So I'm right now, because I'm healing from surgery, I'm just like slowly getting back into my daily live stream schedule. So right now I'm doing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. This past Monday, I did the first Monday stream. If you didn't know that happened, you can't be blamed for it, because it was a Patreon and YouTube members only exclusive live stream. And so, yeah, so I made the model, the 3D model that you see here. That's all I did. I just plopped it in here to Godot, just again just to have something that we can look at and work with and get a sense of like what the game might feel like. But yeah, so I did that on Monday. Let me show you how that went. Actually, let's just go to the Patreon. Let's go to the Patreon for that. So again, you do have to be a patron or a member to get access to the Monday streams. The Monday streams are going to be focused on art and game, or game art and research. So researching game stuff and researching art in games stuff and making it. So I actually use Womp 3D in this live stream. Godot, yum. Yes, indeed. I'm going all in with Godot, baby. All in. So eventually I'll be doing Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. Right now I'm only doing Wednesdays so I can like work my way up. So I'm not just like diving in and, you know, suffering. But yeah, so this was the Monday live stream, the member stream / Patreon stream, and I use Womp 3D. So this is where I modeled it. It's an actual online modeling tool. It is not the greatest. It's no Blender whatsoever, but it lets you kind of organically mold objects together. Like it uses SDF blending, so it's very goopy in how things, you know, merge together, and those merges are called unions in Womp. And I don't know if you can find a good spot. Oh, look, we had a little let me see. On the left here, you can see there are these like drop downs, right? And it's got like a hierarchy in there. So the top level of that hierarchy, when I exported this from Womp into Blender, those were separate pieces in Blender. Those were like separate body parts in Blender. And which is very interesting. And so then in theory, so I brought this into Blender. In theory, what I can do is I can actually sketch out designs, especially if they're like organic shapes. Womp is really good for that. I can sketch out those designs in Womp, take them into Blender, and do all the fancy stuff. Now, I have no good skills in Blender. I have no good skills in Blender, but hopefully you can see. So there's like a hierarchy here, and this represents the like legs, the torso, which are pretty much the only pieces that I had were the legs and the torso. And yeah, see, they're separate. So that's kind of cool, because maybe we can get into animation sooner than later if we can have like the legs nice and separate. You've seen Dreamers use Womp. It looks cool. It is really cool. It is really cool. It's not as robust as Blender, but I was able to create this model and bring it into Godot, and now we have a placeholder model that looks all right. So yeah, so those Monday streams, I'm going to start doing Blender on those Monday streams starting next Monday, so wish me luck. I have great skills for Blender. I mean, I I went in there, I changed the size of the limbs, and I exported it. And then one day, I've done armatures in Blender. Those are the only skills I have so far. But that's not to say I can't get more. And that's what I'll be exploring on those Monday streams. If you want to join on the YouTube channel, you can find that pretty easily. Just head over to the YouTube channel. Probably on this video, you see the join button. And then you'll get access to those live streams. There's a join button. You can also head over to patreon.com and sign up there. All right, so now what I want to do today, specifically, is I want to get this character moving around. I want to get this character so it can walk around, and really, that's kind of my main goal. And we might achieve it quickly, so then I might start adding in some other features as well. But I think what would be nice is if we can just, so you can see my key presses over there, if I could just press the arrow keys, WASD, and we're cruising, and we're moving around. So that's what I would like to see happen first. So I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to take a sip of my cup of tea before I dive in, and we're going to hope the internet holds out. I am not super happy I'm not happy at all with the bitrate that I'm seeing. It looks okay sometimes, but it still drops once in a while, which is very concerning. You see, we switched from Spectrum to AT&T. AT&T we used our own router with Spectrum. AT&T has their own modem and router combo. I don't know. It's really weird. It's like I can't even reach the maximum upload speed. I'm supposed to be getting 20 upload, but it literally can't even get to it's like capping out at like 6 Mbps, which is absurd. We got Albeska in the house. Welcome, Albeska. Good to see you. Thanks for stomping in. Today I'm rocking the new internet service provider, and I gotta say, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. We're pulling way under what we're supposed to be. It's very concerning. They just installed it yesterday. And so I apologize. It's probably going to be a little blurry sometimes, this live stream, which is really unfortunate. I used Patreon money. I used membership money. The membership money that you, Albeska, provide to get this set up. And as you can see, it is not ideal. But we're gonna get through it. I was hoping today would mean I could my apologizing for the bad internet days were over, but I don't think they're over yet. I don't think they're over yet. Anyway. All right. Welcome, Albeska. I do want to give a song to members and patrons. Albeska, thank you for coming through. You are a real one. You are a real one. It was good to hang on Monday, and it's good to hang today, Albeska. Kind of a nice little alien synchronicity there. So I did get the character into Godot. And let's see, what do I have here? By the way, so I am a Godot noob in every conceivable way, pretty much. I don't have a lot of Godot experience, so if you're planning to learn Godot through me, you might be in the wrong place. But but unless that's a very low level learning and you like learning along with somebody who's also learning, then you'll learn something. But I'm very new to it, so I accept any and all backseating, whether or not I will abide by it. I can't guarantee, but I definitely accept it. So this is my setup right now. It's just got the Godot Goat. Honestly, I really, really like it, and I have a long way to go. It's the engine I know the least. I think Unreal is probably the engine I know the best at this point. But we gotta start somewhere, and I wanna get in with Godot. So I've just got the environmental stuff, the colors, the lights, and whatnot, and then we have just this block here, just as like a reference. There it is. And then this is like the default size block, so I didn't even change it. That's just the default size block. And then we got our camera and our character. There's a lot of good practices to keep in mind with setting up a Godot project. I will not necessarily be doing any of those. So let's just get in there and let's just noodle around and not be the best. On this alien model, you know what I'm gonna do actually? Let's not attach a script to the alien model. Why don't I? And actually, I'm just gonna delete this script. What if we add as a child? I don't know if this is a good idea. Let me add a play, because there's a default player or character controller, character body, 3D? A 3D physics body specialized for characters moved by script. Is that what it's called? We're going to have to look up some help here. Cube is a placeholder. Placeholder for something. I don't even know what it's a placeholder for. Let me look up currently one of my favorite YouTubers for help, GWiz, and GWiz keeps it simple and quick. There was a good tutorial about making a third-person character controller, and I just want to make sure I'm doing this the right way. How tall is probably too tall? Now that is, if you mean like lore, like game-wise, it should be much taller than people. So in my crude mock-up drawing, you can see sort of in the distance is this person, and then there's the alien. The alien should be much bigger than like a person's height. I'm guessing what the block is, like about 2 meters or something, the like default block, if I were to guess. Hey Coinum, what's up? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I'm easing back into live streaming after some shoulder surgery. I got a new internet service provider, and it is very disappointing. It's very disappointing. It's terrible. I don't know why. So that's exciting. But I'm starting a new game in Godot, which is truly exciting. And it's going to be about being an alien who eats meat. And so I'm just prototyping. I'm very new to Godot. I don't have a lot of experience in Godot. I'm pretty much new to it. But I'm going to try and, just slap a prototype together in the coming months and see if it's fun. Not a big game, it's a little game. Giant aliens, I like big things. Let's go. I think what he's gonna tell us to do in this
Environment setup.
tutorial.
No, it's going to create a character body 3D.
Character body 3D, so that is what we want. Hey, what's up, Thoughty? Do I like it yet? Thoughty, not only do I like it, but I am fully all in. I am gonna only be doing Godot. So right now, I'm only streaming on Wednesdays for Godot. I'm doing Monday member streams, and I'm doing Friday game jams. I'm gonna slowly be working up to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, by the middle of December, 3 Godot streams a week. 3 Godot streams a week. No more Unreal, no more G-Develop, no more nothing. Just Godot. So not only do I like it, I love it. I'm committed to it. I'm the worst at it compared to all the engines. The Godot mascot is the greatest. I agree. I'm gonna get some more emotes with the Godot mascot. We do have one emote with the Godot mascot though, but I plan on getting some more because it's a cute character. Look how cute the little character is. It's perfect. All right, so it is that character body 3D thing. So it should have is some scripts in it. This node has no shape. Consider adding a collision shape. So I feel like what I want to do is have the alien model be a child of the player. And then in terms of like collision and stuff, we gotta figure a lot of this out. I've actually started learning Godot too. Let's go, Coinum! My college course is taking part in a game jam, and I thought it'd be the perfect opportunity to start. Yes, it is! Game jams are great. I've been trying to do Godot in my 1-hour game jams, and I gotta tell you, I fail every time. I have a long way to go, though. If it's a longer game jam, you'll probably be alright. That's really exciting, Coinum. Look, Godot is it's not only really powerful, but it always gets more powerful, and it's based on the community, which I just think is so cool. It's so cool. Like, Godot is free, and it's so very capable. Hey, what's up? Sorry, I almost called you Frank. You're Frank. You're Retro Spark. Good to see you, Retro Spark. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I'm working on this game prototype. I'm starting it afresh. I don't know how much progress I'll get today, but I'm gonna do my best. We've got a warning, and the warning says collision shape 3D only serves to provide a collision shape to a collision. Please, oh yeah, area 3D rigid body. Okay, so this isn't. So we need to. So okay, so this is the okay. So here's what happened. Oh, it's an instance. Okay, sorry. So let me tell you how this is going. So this is an instance, right? Because I imported a GLTF from Blender, and it's an instance scene with actually the different components. So you can see we have each leg here right now as a separate mesh, and then we have the body and head and the arms as another mesh. So that's interesting. And so I wonder, I mean, I don't even know how to do this. I mean, if I add a collision shape as a child to that, it doesn't love it. Please only use it as a child to area 3D, static body 3D, rigid body 3D, character body 3D to give them a shape. So I guess that's fine. I guess I can just have this be a child of character body 3D. I see. Okay, this will be fine. We'll be all right. Goinem says it's an amazing platform and it's really grown in popularity. It has. I mean, it always goes through these phases. You know, I mean, it became really a lot more popular after Unity started making terrible business decisions, more terrible business decisions. Let's be real. And even before that, it would be trending on Twitter /X. It would, just kind of not randomly, but through like over these intervals, just like I would just go online and I would see just people like talking about Godot, and it'd be these huge waves of it. Godot is something that just like catches fire once in a while in game dev universe, and it's really amazing. It's a really amazing, impressive platform in that regard. So don't give up, and I wish good experiences for it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna give up, but it's gonna be a long road. It's gonna be a long road, but I'm excited. I really enjoy it. Thanks for the encouragement, Thought T. Yeah, so at least for now, every Wednesday I'll be doing Godot at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and I'm gonna start adding in the Tuesday and Thursday shows. So I have to get better, right? Eventually. Unity really did help out Godot. I know, I know. Okay, so we have to give this a shape. Okay, so the character body 3D, that's the thing. Can a character body 3D have a shape? Can a character body 3D have a shape? Now I know I usually do like a mesh instance, right? It's gonna be a short road. Oh, we'll see, we'll see. So usually when I do, it's very kind of you. Usually when I do a mesh instance, there's like an option to choose a shape over here. There's this collision box. I don't think it's interesting. What interests me most is that this message actually, oops, does say, well, it did say. So if I like move this, I'm gonna move this in the wrong place. It says, please only use it as a child of Area 3D, Static Body 3D, Rigid Body 3D, Character Body 3D. So apparently it can be in Character Body 3D. So then I just have to figure out how to define a shape for Character Body 3D. I have usually used a mesh instance, but I mean, I guess I could add like a mesh instance, right? I could just add a mesh in here and have it be invisible, and that's like represents the like shape. But that seems weird. Unity is the reason Godot became better. It definitely can only help. A lot of money went into Godot that wasn't going into it before. Ooh, those are some drinking sounds. Yeah, so it definitely like helped put a lot of energy and money into Godot. So I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Maybe I'll just see what's empty here. Oh no, wait. Oh, well, wait, maybe I need to give the shape. Oh, what if I give the collision a shape? Dude, hydration is one of the best things. What if I just say capsule? Oh, that resolves it. Okay. So we don't have to give a shape to the thing that it's a child of. We give a shape to it itself. All right. Now, it's quite tiny. I feel like our character is still too big. It's just a hunch. My gosh. It's very tiny. Like it won't even let me zoom in more. But I guess that would mean that this was tiny. I don't know. Let's just make it bigger. I'm shocked by how small it is. So I guess we'll come into transform here, and let's just say 20. That looks better. I mean, that looks better. We just need it to be the size of the character. Now, this is going to be interesting too, because if I think about it with the game idea, I'm going to need a lot more than just the like overall collision. I'm going to need also to think about the collision on the arms, on the legs separately, right? Because so that's interesting. That makes me think we should start with that. And then that would be good for prototyping now too, I mean, look, I haven't set up any projectiles or anything, but we could set up, a bunch of these little blocks everywhere and have, if we get the character moving around and the character moves into the block, we can maybe have an event happen when it collides with that, so we know that it is actually working. A tiny, tiny alien. I honestly have no idea if it's tiny. I don't think it is. I don't even know. So I think I'm gonna, and look, really not gonna be abiding by best practices here in almost any way. But I'm just gonna do this for the sake of doing things. I read somewhere that you can do fly around. Godot editor 3D fly around shortcut without like a middle mouse, which I don't have. Shift F to free look mode. Is that true? Is that true? Are you sure about that? Kind of. Kind of, but I can't like sort of. Shift F to free. In this one, you can use the WASD keys. Really? Is that true? Shift F. I am pressing shift. It's not showing up on my keylogger, which... Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Great. And then how do we go out of free look? If I press shift F again. Oh, cool. Awesome. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is good. Yes. Oh, we're flying around. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, you'll love to see it. Okay, cool. Good, 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 good. And then like the mouse goes away. It like captures the mouse. Cool. This is great. All right, cool. So now I can see sort of that we're putting this capsule around there. So Shift F confirmed, extremely useful. Probably 10, maybe 9. I'm just gonna try to make this shape like generally wrap around the head and the body. And then that will be for our you know, and you know, it's not perfect. I guess we could, let me get a good, you know, if I could just not have the sky there, it'd be a little easier. Yeah, like that. And then, oh, the Shift F thing is OP. Oh my gosh, it's so helpful. Let's bring the Y down. So I'm gonna unlink it so it's not, you know, doing it all the same. Looks a little short. This isn't the most important thing to think about, but you know, maybe it kind of is. Just laying some foundation. I'm gonna name this. Oh, we have a problem. Oh, we want to make it a. Wait, what is the problem? Does it need to be a child of the alien? Wait, what was the problem? Non-uniformity. Non-uniformly scaled collision shape 3D node will probably not function as expected. Please make its scale uniform, i.e. the same on all axes, and change the size of its shape resource instead. Okay, all right, I obey. I will obey you. So actually, I should probably not even be doing this at all then, right? I should probably reset the scale back to 1. So that's what I did. I just did that. I apologize. I apologize about the internet. I was hoping my apologizing about the internet days were over. I switched to a new ISP yesterday, and it's not better. It's definitely different. It's actually considerably worse. So I'm gonna have to talk to them about that. I'm gonna have to call them about that. That's gonna be very interesting. A lot of shocking things going on there. So let's just bring this back down to 1 here. So that's just gonna be normal, which means it's gonna be super tiny. And then, actually, just so I can, what was the thing? It wanted me to change something else instead. In here, maybe in here, these shape properties. I think this is what it wants me to change in here. So let's do that. So we'll make the height bigger and the radius bigger. So it kind of limits a little bit. Not really. It's not bad. There we go. This works. That works for me. So I'm just going to try to get it to wrap around that head and body. And we should be good. Let's get into that free look. Love the free look. Absolutely love the free look. Man, very disappointed about that internet situation. Very disappointed about that. I will be following up promptly. I probably should follow up ASAP because, you know, they might not be open by the time the stream's done. Call them on stream. Just be like, I'm live right now, and your internet sucks. What do you have to say for yourselves? Looks a little high up there. I think it could be a little shorter. Kind of doesn't make sense that it would be that high. This is not the most important. It is important. It is important. But I don't really know that we can really see, we're not going to like see any big benefits from this yet. All right, so I'm going to call this alien head. We'll just call it alien body. Yeah, this is alien body. I'm gonna actually say, and there's probably a better. Oh, you know what else? So Pierogigon, who's a great supporter of this channel and an awesome dev, shared on Discord a way to a good case to use. So like there's different so coding capitalization cases. There's different ways to do this, and Rogi shared, yes, the name comes from the pierogigon. So there's like camel case. Rogi shared something that talks about a way that they think is the best way to do casing stuff in Godot. And you know what? I'm keen to try to follow it. So there's just different ways that you can type things in code for different reasons depending on this or that. Let me actually look at this because I kind of do wanna get down with it. So I'm gonna pull this old post up real quick. Do 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 do. Let's got a Godot style guide. Ooh. GD script style guide. Let's go. I might as well look. I'm gonna try to get started off on the best foot possible that I can. A complete class example based on built-in script editor uses a lot of these conventions by default. This is a little more overwhelming than I would have wanted. So this is like kind of overall stuff. I was just kind of like, oh, there's naming conventions. Use snake case for file names. For named classes, convert the Pascal. This is so much to worry about. I hate this. I mean, I guess it would be a class name. So I'm just going to guess just so we can keep moving. We're going to do Pascal case. All right, that's what I'm going to say for this. And maybe I want to change that later. But for now, let's just say I like adding some extra things in there. So like this is alien body. I kind of would like to say underscore collision. Because then it's different, right? It like stands out. To me, visually, it says we see alien body and then we see collision as separate. In fact, I might even say collision alien body. So then all the stuff with collision is first. Maybe I'll hate this and I need to think about changing it. But for now, let's just go with that. I don't know if I actually followed that style. I think I didn't. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Let's make another collision. Can I just duplicate this? And I'm going to call this one arm left. Now, this isn't the most, again, the most important thing for us to do. I really want to get the character moving around. But since it was yelling at me for not having collision stuff, I might as well follow through with that thought and get all the collision stuff added in. Let me get rotation. Just get it in kind of the right spot there. Oh, and maybe I should also do. So I guess with the scaling stuff, I only shouldn't do that. I guess I can do for the transform because it kind of got mad at me, and I've heard that this isn't a good idea in general, is to mess with the transform stuff, but rather use the collision shape settings. But I don't see anything for rotation, so I'm guessing that that's acceptable. Oh, so there, because I duplicated it, it's not unique. So we have to come in here. We also have to say make unique. Interesting, because when I did the rotation, right, and so just out of curiosity, if I make the scale bigger, wow, the other one doesn't. So it doesn't duplicate that, whereas this, it duplicates it. It's interesting. Coinum says, another naming convention is to make constant variables in all caps. Yes, that is one that I want to do. And I honestly, just using constants more is something that I want to do. And basically what that means is if you have like a constant variable versus a variable, the constant variable doesn't get updated throughout the game. So if you're like saying the margins of the level or something are, whatever, 2 meters or something like that, I don't know. Then that's a variable. That would be better as a constant, unless your margins are changing throughout the game. Then you'd want it to be a variable. And the reason why you do this is because it's more, well, for many reasons I'm sure, but it's going to be more performant if the engine knows that that variable doesn't need to change. And then by having it in all caps, right, as a variable name, then you don't have to remember whether or not you can change it, right? So it's definitely a good tip, yeah, for sure. Do not hard code. It will save you or others from getting headaches. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Coinum, I know you have some more experience with coding, text coding. I'm still very new to text coding. I'm learning things. Let me make this unique, so that way when I do this, it doesn't change the other one. I assume I'm okay to rotate it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't be rotating it. We're going to assume that that's okay. And if it's not, one day we'll find out and we'll fix it. So just kind of generally getting the shape of the arm here. I really don't expect... I mean, maybe we could. Maybe that could be a fun thing to try to do today, is to try to get limb detection a little bit there. The limbs aren't going to move right now. So like this is going to have to change someday, right? Because ultimately I want these to not be like fixed models. I want them to be like wiggly, and when you can like move them around. I have no idea how that's going to work. I have just absolutely no idea how that's going to work. But that's ideally what I want. But for now, you know, just getting things set up here, I'll do this. It's warming me up. It's warming me up so I don't have to dive right into text code. All right, there's the truth. All right, let's get this radius down a little bit. Not the most important thing, but it's something. All right, so there's that. And you can see the arms are a little crooked. Again, they would be, in theory, quite malleable. And they would be able to go in a lot of different places. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some time to get all that set up. Oh yeah, hard coding. I just don't even know what that means. What is hard coding? I feel like I can I feel like what it means is like things when you don't use constants that can be easily changed. When you don't use constants that can be easily changed. If your code, for example, was comparing variables with 3.141 rather than a constant pi, it will take forever to fix. If your code is comparing variables with pi, the number, rather than a constant pi, it will take forever to fix. So you're saying like embedding data into the source code of a program. This is different from storing data. Hardcoding can make it difficult to modify or reuse. Hardcoded information can only be changed by changing the source code of the program. I don't know. Writing ZX equals 55 to create a... Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I know what you're saying. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, yes. So I actually usually hard code. I know what you're saying now. Okay. So what you can do in Godot, instead of doing that, so I'm just going to create a script. Let's just call it a new script. It doesn't matter. So let's say I want to have like dun dun dun. Dude, I've been such a hard coder, but I'm going to stop, I promise. So if I want to say you know, print 55. All right. This is a terrible example, but it is an example. We do have to put this into my scene tree though, otherwise it won't do anything. And then we'll have to say this is coming from known 3D. Okay. So if I just say print 55, it's going to print 55 here a ton of times, just tons and tons of 55s being printed. All right. So this would be, you could say I hard coded this 55. So a way to not hard code it would be to come up here and say and define a variable print number equals 55, right? And so then I could come in here and put the variable print number in here. And now when I hit play, it's still going to print 55 everywhere, right? But now it's not hard-coded because I can come up here to the variable list and I can change this to, 23. And now it's going to change, right? And I didn't, and so this is a good example, but if you have pages of code, right, just like tons of code, and it's hard to find things, and let's say I even have this happening in multiple places throughout, right, I'm gonna have to go in and change that in every place. I have to go look for it, right, and it becomes really difficult to find that. Whereas if I just have it as this one variable, I can update this variable and then it updates throughout all of them. So that's yeah. I know some things. Okay, I know some things. It's really helpful. Like, you coming in here and saying these things is really helpful because it's like, okay, all right. I remind myself I can do text code. I can learn text code. We can get there eventually. Yeah. So anyway, we don't really want to be printing all this stuff though. So let's just hit pass. We don't need this variable. Well, now I've got my palette wet for some code, but let's just finish this ARM stuff that will very much have to change someday. I actually, at this point, I don't really need to make it unique. I am gonna make it unique though, because I could see myself being very confused someday if I don't. And then I'm gonna rotate this a little bit. The reason why Godot, as I understand it, does that, makes it not unique, is to just save on processing space. Okay. That could be a little better. That could be a little better. Again, not that important really. But it's something. Okay, and then the legs. So I'm gonna duplicate it again. Probably be easier to duplicate the body at this point. Let's do that. Because the body's not rotated. This could be good, again, for prototyping it quickly, because I think it's going to be, like, a very difficult challenge getting the limbs to move the way that I want them to. I feel like that's going to be a whole dang thing to get into. Like, so having these just be static for now, it actually is going to be pretty useful for just setting up some rudimentary early tests. Getting collision detection going. Could do the feet. I don't know. It's also kind of gives the player a little extra room. We'll just say something like that. Maybe a little shorter. All right, that looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna name this. We made this unique, right? I'm pretty sure we did, but you know what? I'm just gonna click it again, just to be sure. I mean, it would have changed the body if it wasn't. That's okay. Collision leg right. Duplicate this, and then I'm gonna, after I finish this, I'm gonna try to get this character moving. It shouldn't be too hard. Oh, great! This leg is like real tricky because it's all bent. That's all right. It's just gonna be bigger. It's just gonna be bigger. Again, not what the final result is gonna be like anyway. But that's okay. All right, let's just make the radius bigger. I'm surprised the height am I seeing that right? That height? Maybe I just made, did I just make the, oh, I guess because I made the radius bigger, right? Then it gets taller too. I gotcha. No, I'm paying attention. Scooch this. It's thick. It's thick. That'll have to do. All right, so there we've got some very crude collisions for each body part. Why not? All right, let me save where we're at. Something I could do to clean this up a little bit. Not sure I should, but I'm gonna make a node 3D in here, and I'm just gonna call this collision. And then I'm gonna just drop this all in here. So, oh, didn't like that. Nope, nope. That's a no. That's a no. Don't do that. I thought I could get away with that to clean it up a bit, but apparently not. So that's interesting. All right, good to know. And then we have this alien here, which is the actual body. All right, let's go into the character. So I created this character. Now, it didn't come with a script attached to it. So let me go back to the tutorial.
We could just call this player. In here, we need a few things.
See where we get that.
Let's create a mesh instance.
Where we get that script from.
We can put this as a capsule for now. Let's drag it up. I'm going to apply a material to it. And we could just call this body mesh. So let's create a collision for that mesh. So a collision shape 3D. Going to click capsule. Drag it up. It needs to be slightly bigger in the front. Let's go ahead now. Create a new node 3D. This will be our camera origin. It's going to set this to kind of the top of the head here. Length
so if our character's not going to move, the camera's not going to move with our character. So we don't have to think about that.
Put map. Please copy these in, or if you already have them, you can use them. Now on our player, let's create a new script. Let's go ahead and control click.
Oh, so I see. So once I create a new script on the character body, it's going to fill it out. I see. There it is. So there it comes with all of this logic pre-put in here. I will start doing wrapping as much as I don't like the idea of wrapping my text. I think I will do it. I have been burned by not wrapping my text, so I'm gonna do it. Okay. There's no way this just works, though. There's no way this just works. Okay, so we're probably gonna need a plane in there. So our object is physical now. I think we should have a ground. Just a thought. So I'm gonna add a mesh instance in here. I guess I kind of want a node 3D, don't I? Let's do that. Node 3D. And I actually want the mesh instance to be a child of that. Okay. We're going to call this ground. And then I'm going to add in a collision shape to that. For the mesh instance, I want the mesh to be a plane. And then for the collision, I'd like it to just conform to it. I think we want to say, I don't remember how to just like wrap the collision around it automatically. Does he talk about that in this? I don't think he does. I think he's already got a plane in here. Godot 3D plane mesh collision. Just like, help me out. Is using a plane as a collision shape that bad? It's not really the question I'm asking. Quantum says, if you want to make a small change to Godot's editor to make it look nicer, go to editor settings, themes. You can choose a theme like gray, which makes it look a little lighter. True. Helps you with coding. I like the colors as it is, but that is very true. Sometimes when I see people like doing tutorials and videos and they have like a different appearance, I'm like, wait, that's not Godot. No, it is. Yeah, it's true. So this is the default setting. and then can also get some other colors. It'll probably take it a second. For stream chat gets upset if I make things too bright. I personally, in fact, even this is a sin that we're looking at Reddit super bright. Reddit probably has its own dark mode. Chat doesn't like when it's bright, but I like bright myself. Having the mesh node with 3D click convex click. Right, that's what I was thinking. It's a convex collision. Oh, this is kind of nice. This is nice. I do like I like this kind of more contrast with this one. I like it. Anyway. Right. So if we click on ground and then mesh, create. Oh, that's right. I remember now. So we don't have to. So that's what it is. We don't have to actually create the collision shape node. So let me delete that. What I do is I come to the ground, we click on this mesh button, and then we do a single convex collision sibling, I think. I want to say. But let me just double confirm it. Wait, where did that go? Am I bugging? Did I close it? Oh, okay. Create convex collision. Right. I guess we want single. And then it'll automatically create this for us. It's not thrilled about it. Please only use this as a child of static body, rigid body. Only use perfect collision shape for the collision 3D drive node. Right. Which it is. So I don't know what it's complaining about right now. Let me delete this. Let me try the other one. Reddit and Stack Overflow has everything. They certainly have a lot. I feel like I come across Stack Overflow less and less these days. But maybe that's just me. What? Oh, I see. So it's like simplified versus not. But why is it still giving me the warning? It has the shape. It is a child of a mesh instance 3D. Oh, it doesn't want to be the child of a mesh. I see. It wants to be the child of something else. Area 3D, static body 3D, rigid body 3D, character body 3D. Okay. So I guess we want to say area? I'm a little surprised, if I'm being honest. So, whatever. We'll say area 3D. And then I'll put that in here. And now it's not going to complain at me. Okay, great. So now we have a ground. Now we may finally have a ground. I should probably put the ground. Can I put the ground in here? Yes. And then can I... And I guess I have to update the collision every time. So if I change the shape, I don't know if I'm doing this the best, but I'm doing it. And then if I change the shape here, so right now it's 2 by 2. That seems very small. Can we say 200 by 200? And then if I come in here and we create a sibling, that should be the new shape. And then that color is just very distressing. Very distressing. I like things in bright mode, but this is not acceptable. This is not going to work for me. So maybe somewhere resource? Where is the material set at? Pray tell. I'm not entirely sure. I know it's here. Here's material. Let's say standard material 3D. And then if we could just, you know, straight up change that color, I would really appreciate it. but I'm not sure where that's at. You think there's been a real decline in Stack Overflow because of how useful ChatGPT is for helping people with small coding problems? Wow, ChatGPT supremacy. OpenAI isn't doing so well though. OpenAI has been in the news for just imploding as a company. Rumors the CEO is ousted. 90% of the employees are going to walk out. That's where it was when I was looking at it last night. Super weird stuff. Super weird stuff. You know, I mean, you know, ChatGPT will survive in some form, but there's some weird things going on there. So maybe Stack Overflow has a chance yet. How do I change the color? I don't know. Maybe it'd be better if I didn't. Let's try this one. Or material. Does this? No, it doesn't. None of them are helping me. New shader material. Shader. New shader. Are we really gonna create a shader up in here? You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure you want to make a shader for that? You sure about that? I don't think you want to create a shader. That's just what I think. That's just what I think. Alright, we're gonna have to look it up. Yeah. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on with OpenAI. There's some really weird stuff happening. Returns. Oh, he's back. He's back 5 hours ago. So, like, what's going on? The CEO left and came back less than a week after ouster. OpenAI tried to fire them. It only made him stronger. So I guess they're gonna be fine. I guess they're gonna be fine. Very weird stuff. It seems a little juvenile, honestly. It all seems a bit juvenile. Oh, is this Salesforce CEO got in on it and was like, "Hey, if you want to leave OpenAI, there's a job for you at Salesforce." Let me fix my keyboard here. Like all the vultures started swooping in, and like he was like gonna move to Microsoft or something. I don't know. Someone was gonna move to super weird. What's going on here? Emmett Shear. Right. Emmett Shear was gonna be the new OpenAI CEO. And Emmett Shear is the former CEO of Twitch. Like one of the least liked CEOs of Twitch. If not the least liked CEO of Twitch. It's just weird stuff. I don't know, man. I guess they're gonna be all right. I guess they're. Thank goodness. I guess. Anyway, geez, this plane girl just wants to change the color. Change color of mesh. Like, I'm not trying to get. Oh yeah, right. I should probably say Godot. Might want to be a little more specific there. Might want to be a little more specific. So we just want me to use code? Are you sure? Because I feel like I shouldn't have to use code. I feel like I could just. I feel like I don't have to use code to do this. Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. This is saying 2D. That's not as helpful. That's not as helpful. The old Twitch CEO, yeah, he was really bad. Yeah, I mean, Twitch had some serious controversies during that time. The new CEO seems a lot better, for sure. He brought multi-streaming to Twitch. I mean, that's big. Yeah, this is just different. Dan Clancy's such a better CEO for Twitch now. Yeah, he is. I agree with that. I agree with that. There just must be something obvious that I'm missing. There's just something obvious that I'm missing. That's all. That's all it is. Let me get back into it. This cannot be that complicated. I refuse to believe this is that complicated. But I can't have it be that bright white. Like, that's unacceptable. Standard material. I just don't like see anything. And I guess what I could do is maybe I could even like change. Ooh, what if I made it transparent? What's up, dissident frog? It is kind of it's a froge. It is a bit of a froge. Is there a tint option anywhere? Oh, that would be nice. That would certainly be nice. I can't say I necessarily see one, unfortunately. I feel like there should be. I don't know. I feel like there should be. I'm probably just like not using. Oh, surface material override. Oh, but this is just giving me the same options. There's nothing different here. It's the same options. That's not helpful. This should certainly not be a complex thing. Welcome, dissident. Good to see you. Yeah, this is actually it's a frog-like alien. It's a frog-like alien. I want it to be the main character for this game that I'm working on. I literally just started it. It's not even a game yet. I could just also hit play and not obsess over the color and see if we at least have... Okay, evidently it doesn't know to collide with it yet. So we still have a while to go there. Cool, great, awesome. So we got to think about the collision mask thing. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. It's not guaranteed that I do. It's really not. I mean, where... I feel like it should be... I feel like it should be colliding with it. I feel as though it should be colliding with it. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this. I'm opening up an old project. I'm just going to see how I did it before. It's not something I particularly want to spend too much time in. Comes with physics by default. BGS. Yeah, it does come with, I don't know what BGS is, but it does. Yeah, it does come with physics by default. I just have to figure out how to set up some of the collision stuff. I'm very new to Godot. I'm brand freaking new. I mean, I've done a few things in Godot, but very, very, very minimal. I have a lot to learn. And I'm out of practice. I had some shoulder surgery and I'm a little out of practice. So I need to get back into it, but it does give you some default things. Oh, Bethesda Game Studio. Yes, yes, wonderful, wonderful BGS. Yes, I see. Physics to start with. What? I mean, that's the gold standard, isn't it? Who doesn't want to just make Starfield right away? So. Oh, our speeds are slow here. So for this game, we had a third-person character. And we've got a plane. Our ground here is a static body with a collision, so that's different, for one thing. I don't even know. It might be like not visible. Did you figure out the coloring? Nah, I gave up. I feel like we have an invisible plane here. And its collision is set to layer 1, mask 1. And it's got the collision shape. And then our player here, the player's collision, the mesh, is set to layer 1, and it collides. It collides quite nicely. So this was a game I stopped working on. But it does collide with the ground. We do move around. It doesn't fall through. So that's nice. Albedo is the color option. Is that true? Alright, so apparently I'm missing something fairly obvious. So let me open up this new game. It's gonna be a learning curve. It's gonna be a learning curve for me, but we'll get there. I'm gonna be streaming every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then by mid-December, I'm gonna add in Tuesday and Thursday Godot shows as well. So I'll be doing it 3 days a week. Let's look for that albedo. Not in there. I'm inclined to believe you. I mean, if we could also just like make it invisible. So the thing is I had like kind of a different thing going on. Yeah, it didn't. I typed in albedo to search in the properties. Uh, Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot, but for the mesh anyway, albedo didn't bring up anything. There's nothing. There's nothing. Nothing. So I'm not sure. It could be like a version thing as well. It could depend on which of these materials are set. You know, I would think we don't even really need a material. You know, it makes me wonder if we say no material, will it be invisible? No, it's not. It's still visible. It's still visible. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, you gave us something to try. That's all that matters. But forget the color for a second. Collide maybe? Maybe collide? Don't know. I mean, we have the same collision mask layer set up. So I'm making some kind of mistakes. Maybe I should keep this out of a node 3D. I don't know why that would matter. I can't imagine why that would matter. We do have plenty of collision on there, but it's just falling straight through. Does it move around at least in some way? No, I don't think it does. I think we got a lot of work to do. Let me go back to this tutorial. How did this tutorial start out?
Hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'll be showing how to make a third-person controller, a Godot 4. Before we get started, I have a simple level setup with just a wall, a ramp, and a floor. They all have collisions, and I also have a world environment set up. Now, it's going to create a
He's already got it all set up.
body 3D. We could just call this player.
Well,
in here, we need a few things. To start, let's create a mesh instance. We can put this as a
well,
capsule.
his ground. So he's got his icons look different, right? I mean, if I take this ground out, that's okay, Quantum. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Leave a thumbs up if you haven't on your way out. Anybody, that's true for anybody. Make sure to like this live stream. It helps the visibility of it, which means there's a better chance someone will save me from my noobliness. And it means more exposure for the channel, which I appreciate. So thank you if you can. Hit that thumbs up button. I appreciate it. And yeah, you rock. You rock for doing that. So, yes. So this is not, this is fun. I'm just gonna do over the ground. I'm gonna burn the ground to the ground. We're just gonna burn the ground to the ground. And I'm just gonna redo, we're just gonna redo it. What if we even look at, Godot ground? You can use static body 3D. Oh, maybe that's what we had done before. What's up, Psycho Ocelot? Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you, Halloween King, for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Welcome, Halloween King. Good to see you. I am, oh, and Psycho Ocelot, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for all your contributions to this channel, by the way. So, yeah, I'm working on a new game. I'm prototyping it. I'm very new to Godot, so it's gonna take me a long time to get it up on its feet, but you know, I'm doing my best. The idea for the game is that you were an alien. This is a animation, a crude animation I made, and this animation shows the kind of the idea. You're gonna be this alien who has limbs that regenerate. They can get injured, and you have to eat meat or creatures in order to regenerate your limbs. If you have your limbs regenerated, you can collect meat to send back to your home planet, and that's pretty much the game loop. You're just gonna be running, and you can move left and right to dodge things, and that's pretty much the game. And so, yeah, so I'm going to be working on this for a while. I'm only going to be streaming Godot. I'm not going to be doing Unreal or GDevelop. I'm just going to be doing Godot, and so I can hopefully get better at it. He's just like me for I mean, I think, look, who doesn't just kind of, like, I mean, you know what I mean? That's very relatable. That's how I run. That's how I live. I'm glad you can relate. Now I know we have a winning game formula here. If it's relatable, oof, we're getting somewhere. All I have is this model that I made in WOMP. It is not a complex model by any means, but it's just something to get started with. And then today what I'd like to do is just have a character, ideally that collides with the ground and runs around. That would be ideal. No animation, nothing like that. And then if we have time, maybe we can look into some limb detection stuff. So yeah, so let's try that. Let's try that. I just don't. Oh, that is the icon. Man, I was trying to figure out what that icon was. Static body 3D. How am I going to remember that? I don't know. But now that you've told me, it's going to be harder to forget. Okay, so this is the ground. Thank you. Thank you so very much. This is what I love about starting a new project, is there's often things that I don't do. What's this interesting model? There's things that I don't often do, like make a ground later on in development, so it's nice to like start over and be like, all right, how do you do those first things? Yeah, so I actually made this model in a member and Patreon stream. So every Monday I'm going to be doing a members only and Patreon only live stream where I do art. So I'm going to work on art for this game, pretty much just this game, art and research for the art too. And so I made this is from the Patreon stream. I made this using WOMP. WOMP 3D is a free web modeling tool. It uses SDFs, which means they're going to be very like goopy and blendy into each other. So you can see how like this is basically like a few points, like 4 or 5 spheres, and then it merges them together. So it kind of makes it easy to model things quickly. And yeah, so I just kind of based it on this drawing that I had, and just smushed all these bits together to just to get like a rough feeling for the character. You know, it's not gonna be the final thing at all, but it did let me export it. I then brought it into Blender, where so you can only export as OBJ in WOMP, so I had to bring it into Blender so I could convert it to a GLTF, which I then brought into Godot. And yeah, it also let me have it in some pieces as well. So I have it in a few pieces, but this isn't going to be the final thing, because what I want is I want the arms to like be able to reach out and like grab things. So if you like have a crosshair or the cursor or something and you click on, like, let's say a person in the distance, the arm will actually like go and grab it. I have no idea how that's going to work. That's going to be later on. I'll have to work on that. But that's the idea. And so for right now, you know, they're just static. They're just static, just hanging out there. But hopefully it'll at least give us some idea of what this is like. And then the gameplay is going to be, you have to protect your limbs or else you lose them, and it changes the functionality of your player. And yeah, so that's what that model is about. Let's get this static body 3D in here. Good to see you, Psychonic Joe, by the way. For now, I'll be doing every Wednesday, I'll be doing Godot streams at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then I'm going to add in Tuesday and Thursday shows by the middle of December. So I'll be doing 3 days a week, only Godot. Monday member streams, Friday game jam. It's a nice concept. Thanks. The demo is cute. Thanks. Yeah, it's just it's just a little crude animation. I needed to do something. I also want to apologize for my internet. I actually got a new internet service provider. If you guys were around before I had my surgery, I had some internet problems once in a while. Well, I changed my ISP since then, and it's not looking good right now. It's actually a bit worse. So I'm going to be talking to them about that. But I hope you can bear with me while we suffer through that good stuff. Until then, let's just keep on keeping on. See if we can get this character to not fall through the ground. Yeah, I'm disappointed, Halloween King. They just came yesterday to install it, and it's supposed to be 20 Mbps upload speed. I am currently getting about, if I'm lucky, 6,000 or 6 Mbps. I'm getting 6 Mbps, and I should be getting 20, which is just like, it's like Jackie Chan meme, like what? What? Like, how can it be that bad? So something is just, they set something up wrong. like I'm getting like less than half of what we're paying for. So something is weird. Hopefully Hopefully that can get resolved. But anyway, so there's the ground. Let's get a physics material. I don't remember if we had set any of that up. I just don't. What if I just add a collision shape 3D in there, and then we say the shape is, do we have a plane, world boundary, convex polygon, box shape? I wonder what we made it in the other one. Let me just save this, because I think this is what we had done in the last project, was what you're saying, to make it the, what you call it, static. Did you say you make it static body 3D? And then added a collision in there, but I don't remember what the collision shape was. So let me see what we said. So there's the ground, static body 3D, collision shape 3D, convex polygon shape. So we must have done like a, that's interesting. We did convex polygon shape 3D. Apparently that was the choice. All right, if you say so. And then, oh yeah, because look, it's the shape. There it is. Okay, and then, all right, no. If that's what you say, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. If it worked before, it'll work again. It's nice to practice these early setup things. And that's what this is going to be for a few weeks, is me setting things up. But hopefully we can have some kind of playable thing soon. All right, so shape, convex polygon shape 3D. Okay. It's quite tiny. It's a bit small. I would guess we came into the transform here. I guess we just do it here. Wow. That scale is 1000 right now. Do we want to put margin? Do we want to like make it bigger here? Maybe not. Array size. This is quite interesting. "3D points forming the convex polygon shape." I don't know what we had done before. I'm actually going to go back and look at the other project. I'm just going to go look at the other project just to make sure. It's amazing what we forget. Make your character smaller so everything else fits nicely. So you're right. So that's the other thing, is I feel like, because the model, when I exported it, it was giganormous. It was so big. And I think I even already shrunk it a little bit. So I should make it all smaller, huh? My goodness. On this one, transform is, wow, it's 1. It's 1. It's not scaled up at all. It's not scaled up at all. And the array size is 8 for some reason. Why did I do it like this? Why did I do it like this? I don't believe you can copy across projects. I've never tried it. I would imagine that you can't. But I've technically never tried it, so I might as well try it. You can use box shape for the collider or let Godot generate the convex. Right, so like that's what I was thinking, but it wasn't giving me those options. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And then, right, so, but, oh, for the generate, it wasn't giving me the generate option. Since we're using a static body, there isn't that generation option. At least I don't see it. Now, I'm sure the pasting isn't gonna work, right? Okay. I wanted to see it not work. I wanted to see it not work. And we had done an array size over here? Like, how would I even have known that? How would I have even known to do that? I, like, don't even believe it. I just, like, don't believe that. It's super strange. And so if you're saying we could come in here and just make this a box shape for now, it is super tiny. So you're saying I should make, I mean, at least, all right, so we should make everything smaller is what you're saying. Right now, the character body size, it's already smaller. Look how much smaller it is. The scale is 0.1. It's 0.1. It's already so tiny. Because everything else is, this model is so ginormous. And then the camera is kind of already positioned. But we can reposition it. It's not a great position as far as they go. I think if you go to Blender, you can see the dimensions of your character in meters. So you can make it smaller where it's scale 1 in Godot. It's good enough. So if, okay, so yeah, okay. All right, it concerns me a little. It all concerns me a little. Let's just for the sake of curiosity, let's pull up Blender. Though I would have to redo some things, that may be for the best anyway. That may be for the best anyway. Hey, what's up, Entropy? It's Godotting pretty well, thanks. It's Godotting pretty well. I am trying to get this character moving around. Pretty much, I used Womp to model out this little alien character. I have a very crude animation that I made for the idea for the game. You are an alien who grows limbs that can be destroyed if you run into obstacles or obstacles run into you. And depending on how many limbs you have, depends on how much ability you have. And then you can regrow those limbs by eating characters, enemies, and stuff like that. And if you have full health, then eating those characters will actually send them back to your home planet where the aliens will harvest the meat. And so that's kind of the game idea. And so I tried to make this model in Womp. I exported it into... I exported it, then I imported it into Blender, and it's giant. Kermit's Survive Escape, kind of, yeah. So you see, it's very much influenced by Survive Escape, because Survive Escape is too big. My dream survival game is, you know, I've got so many ideas for it, and they're all just way too much. It's way too much. So I'm trying to scale it down, and I'm just gonna focus on one little aspect, limb damage, and I'm just gonna make a little game based on just that one thing. And then, you know, someday down the line, when I've made 10 games that have all the little mechanics in it, hopefully that will be very illuminating for making Survive Escape with all the mechanics. That's kind of the idea. But anyway, so when I bring it into Blender, so I'll show you how that goes. Let me pull up wherever this mesh lives. Where does this mesh live? I probably put it in downloads, would be my guess. Yeah, that looks like the mesh. So when I drag and, I don't think I can drag and drop it. I think I have to actually hit import. So let's do that. I'm actually just gonna get rid of what's in there. Let's import a OBJ file. Go to downloads, get that mesh. It always takes a while to open the downloads folder. I guess there's a lot of downloads in there. Untitled. That's the way it came from Womp. I guess I didn't title it. All right, here we go. So when I import this into Blender, you can see how big it is. Now, I did shrink it down in Blender. And, all right, hold on. When I shrunk it, I had to shrink it, or when it imports, zoom. It's so, it actually, Blender doesn't even, it does, look, it doesn't even, I don't know why Womp exported it so ginormously. Look. Blender can't even show it all at once. That's how big it is. It's like Godzilla. You've imported a handful of Womps into Blender. Feels like I need to get better at retopo or find a tool to be truly successful. Yeah, you know, and to me, it's really just a matter of having a, you know, a guide, a basis. You know, not gonna probably use it. If you use, and it should show the dimensions of the selected object. Ooh, we got some skills in here. All right. Now, there is a few different objects in here to be fair. It broke it down into 3. Can you configure the export size in WOMP? The only thing that I was able to configure in WOMP was the quality. This is a good question you ask, Psychonic. This is a good question you ask. But I don't remember seeing anything like that. I didn't think I made a very big one. I don't know if you've experienced that, Entropy, using WOMP. But it didn't look particularly large in here. So if we come to export, right up here, 3D scene, the only option we have is quality. And it says that's the level of detail in the exported mesh. I think there's an option for export that increases or decreases the vertices. Right. I went with full quality. I figured I might as well. You can change the max distance rendered in the viewport to see the whole object. Oh, nice, Albeska. Okay, noted. Noted. So this is like quality, but that shouldn't change the size. In terms of the size, I mean, I do have this overall object, and I can shrink it, but I think it's going to mess it up. I actually don't think I can shrink it. I think we're going to run into problems if I try to do that. But let's try to do it just for fun. But I feel like it's going to be problematic. Oh, nice. That actually wasn't problematic at all. You can probably reduce quality greatly with little difference. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. I figured I would do max quality and it would just, I would like notice it like be super slow or something. And then I'd like be like, okay, let's make this normal again. But it was fine in max quality. So I said, forget it. Let's leave it max. The thing is I just don't know relatively how big this is. If I come in here, let's just create like a default cube, right? So I just drop a cube in here somewhere. I don't know if it actually did that. Add a cube. So there's its default cube size. So maybe if I make the alien about that size, it'll be less freaking weird. It's mostly at seams and bends that you'll see the difference in verts. Yeah, I guess I don't need to worry about quality because it's just really just for like illustrative purposes. You know, this isn't gonna be the final model in the game or anything like that. It's really just for the sake of prototyping and having something to look at. It's easy to see in Blender, and you can also reduce its scale there. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. So yeah, we could go either way, right? So here with the scale, right? So when here's the thing. So in WOMP, what I learned is, so WOMP has these unions, right? So right now you can see that cube that I added is called union. Now if I take that and I put that into this alien group, it's going to actually try to blend it into, in theory, it's going to try to blend it. I think we have to take it out of the union in order for that to work. And maybe put it in this other union. There we go. Now it's trying to blend it. So if I put the cube into the model, it's blending it because it's part of that union. So it's trying to blend it. If I take it out of that union, then it will be solid and it won't blend it. So each union exports as a separate piece. So when I get into Blender, we have, so this alien is just a group. And we get into Blender, we end up with head, body, arms, and legs. And the legs are actually a group. So you get the right leg, the left leg, and then the head, body, arms. And that's why in Blender here, we get the whole body and head here, and then each leg separately. That's nice. This cube is 1 by 1 by 1, and your mesh was in 400, so this is literally 100 times smaller. Okay, so then let's try exporting it from here. That way we have like a point of reference that is a little friendlier. And then maybe this will be a good start. I like how trying to set the ground collision is what illuminated this problem here. Seems okay. It is supposed to be a little taller, so I'll let it be a tiny bit bigger. All right, so there's that. Let's get rid of this block. And then I'm going to export it as such. We'll keep it at 100. Let's get those verts down. Entropy makes a good point. We don't really need it. And then that'll take a little bit of time. So we'll have to wait for that to finish. We do have to wait for that to finish. How do you like WOMP? I like WOMP. I like it a lot. This app is pretty neat. Yeah, it is. It is. So and what you do with it is so let's say we add, and I'll show you a cool thing too, the curves. The curves are really nice. I really like the curves. But overall, it's going to have, if you're used to SDF modeling, it's going to have all the limitations of SDF modeling, which do have quite a few limitations. So here we're in this union down here, and I have these two blocks. And so what will happen is if I put them near each other and I increase this goop factor right here, then they're going to blend into each other. And it lets you sort of model sort of like clay, right? And you can get these different shapes by blending things together and in and out of each other. And you can make some different changes. You can make it a negative shape, so it actually cuts into the objects. So there it's kind of obliterating it. If we make it a little less goopy, you'll see a little more clearly what it's doing. They have texturing now. I wonder if they'll add that to those exports. So yes, the answer is yes. Now they do have some pro features where you can get some like higher level texturing, but just the colors, right? So, if I make the head a different color than the body, or I make the body, whatever, like, something else, this like pink whatever, well, anyway, it will export it as color. The pro is what you mean. Yeah. I actually don't know, so those I don't know if they'll export. I only can confirm that if you do different colors on here, it will export the material separately. Anyway, so that's kind of how those tools work. And one thing that's really neat about these tools are these curves. And so these curves let you have, so no matter how far away I get, it's going to connect these points. So you have like a sphere here and a sphere there. And when I pull these apart, it'll keep it connected. And we can sort of make different changes here. We can add new points and then like bend it around, and it'll just kind of blur like a spline. And this is a really cool feature that lets you get some really interesting shapes. And you can change like how round they are or how goopy they are with each other. And I really like the curve. The curve is super nice. Yeah, those were really nice to work with. But, overall, I feel like what I don't like about it is what I don't like about any SDF blending stuff. But in terms of just sketching out an organic shape, and being able to export it and then like use it, say, in Blender as a reference or a starting point, I think it's incredibly powerful. And if you want to make like a little cute scene, a little nice scene, right? Like you can still do some good stuff, but I feel like Blender ultimately will do better. All right, let's see if this is done. It looks like it is. So I'm going to come into Blender. Let's just get rid of everything. No, I don't know how to select all. Delete, done. All right. I'm going to be learning Blender on Mondays. So the Monday streams are members only and patrons only. Those are my art-based streams. I'm a little more insecure about art stuff. So, so those are private for members only. But I will be learning Blender more. So hopefully I'll have a few more skills to show off one day. But for now, I can import things. So let's do that. So I've downloaded this. I'm going to need to extract it. So let me actually do that. Open it up. Still just called untitled. And then I'm going to import it as an OBJ file. That ends in 937 is how that one ends. Okay. Let's refresh this. Untitled 937. There we go. So we're importing it as an OBJ. It looks much more manageable here. Way better. I don't even feel like I need to do much. Not that I know what to do, even if there was something to do. Like, for example, even just move it forward like that. So maybe it's in the center. I think it uses your project name. Maybe your project is untitled. Oh, yeah, it is. It definitely is. You think it's still a bit too big? Is there like a way to do like a primitive default in here? I'm sure, of course. Okay, obviously there's. That was one of the most silly things. Obviously, it comes with also a block. If you see in the right panel, it says it's like 28 meters tall. Oh, what did? Oh, I just entered sculpting mode. I see. Oh God, now we're modeling mode. I think we want to be in layout mode. Okay, so here. Oh, interesting. Is it? Are you looking at the transform here? Where are you seeing? I see 32. Oh, here, dimensions. Oh, right there. Wow. Is, oh, Z, oh, I see. I see where you're looking at that there. So if I select all of these, how do I? It looks like it might be even bigger. I mean, if I select everything, it's saying 131 meters. So I guess I want it to what? 2 or 1, ideally? Maybe something like 2? But if I want to resize that, I guess I could come to the scale here. I feel like if I just like type it, it's not gonna do a good job. Right, because it's only gonna do one at a time. So this is half the size. That's still not enough, is it? It's just, okay. At least it's going into the right positions. I appreciate that. So I'm guessing we want like 1 or 2 meters tall, ideally. We're sitting at 14. Let's keep going. Basically, if you select everything, press S to scale it down a bit. I think Control A to apply the transform. Oh. Select everything. S. Whoa! Oh, nice. That's easier. Thank you, Psychonic. Thank you. Okay, cool. Always so lucky when y'all come through. Okay, so shrink this down. 1.99. That's pretty darn close to 2. And then A to apply. Very nice. Welcome, Freaker. Freaker is a patron, therefore gets a song. I am not a singer, but I am a person who's thankful to Freaker for being here. Freaker rhymes with sneakers. Freakers probably wear sneakers. Yeah. Welcome, Freaker. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. And thank you for being the amazing composer of the intro and outro music that we use here. Hope you're doing well. Lee's the Blender Pro. That's me. That's me. Yay, I'm welcome. Let's scooch this into the middle. No, Psychonic Joe is the pro here. I just got lucky that Psychonic was here to help me. I will get better. Mondays for patrons and members only. I will be doing Blender streams. So I am going to be trying to learn it more, for sure, every Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern. So if you're interested, you can come through there. I want to apologize for my internet. I got a new internet service provider. You guys, over the break. And guess what? It's not better. It's worse in a different way. So I'm going to have to call them to ask about that. But if you notice any weird blurriness or drops, that's what that is. It seems stable enough. It's just sometimes not ideal. All right, let me export this as a GLTF. I'm going to change it over here to GLTF embedded. I'm going to find my project here. Player. This is going to be alien2.gltf. Should be a much better size. Thank you guys for encouraging me to make it smaller. Because I'm very much like, well, I made a mistake earlier. I guess I'll just live with it and work around it. But, you know, that can cause a lot of problems. All right, so we'll just let it do its thing, let it take its time. Shouldn't take too long. And then Godot should just detect that right away. Import it in for us. And we can see the difference. I'll be really interested because I scaled this one down within Godot, but I wonder how much tinier this one's going to be relative to that. Probably a lot. It's probably going to be a lot smaller. Now, importing it was interesting when I did this before. So if I take, let's see if I find Alien 2 right here. So there's Alien 2. You can see it comes with the material. If I try to drag this in here to my tree, while it will be there, oh, it's, you know, it's actually a lot less small than I thought it would be. It is smaller. It is smaller. But like when we created the collision shape 3D default size, look how tiny that was. That was this itty bitty little box. Still a lot smaller than this imported in. I mean, if I think about it, if I had made it 1 meter instead of 2 meters, you know, that might have been, it would have been half this size. So that's also worth keeping in mind. But if I want to say, you know, modify this, I have to actually create, so it actually did create an instance, but it's going to say, since it was automatically imported, it can't be modified. To make changes, a new inherited scene can be created. So I got to do this. You got to create this new inherited scene. And so you see in here, it has these 3 sections, the legs and the body that we had from those unions back in WOMP. And so now I can do things like open up the advanced import controller or whatever, import settings, where we can make some more changes to it. Not really many options here, but we can change the material and stuff if we want. So that should be all we have to do there. So there's our alien. I'm going to put this in character body. I guess we can hide the old one. Here's the new one. Now it's not going to fit any of those collisions we set up, but that's okay, I guess. Drop this in there. Yeah, so you can see the arms, the body, all of those shapes are all a lot different. Oh, the chat got disconnected? So you guys might have been saying things. I apologize if I missed it. And if you haven't been saying things, that's okay too. Internet, man. I'm so disappointed. I used Patreon money to help set up this new internet service provider, and it's failing me. Okay. I should be good with chat. Well, I guess we got lucky. There was no chat. All right, so now we get back to our original problem, which is getting the ground, right? So everything, so we should still have everything the same, other than the fact that now the, oh God, other than the fact that now the collision doesn't fit. Not that we have any collision really. Oh, it is standing there. Oh, that's interesting. Why? Wait, if I make this other one visible, it won't fall, right? I'm a little confused. What if I get rid of the ground? Will it fall? No. Interesting. Because the character body has the... I'm confused. Psychonic had to go. Wait, where is... Oh, the messages aren't coming through properly. I see your messages, but they're not coming through on my app. Oh, gosh. Getting the Nisket from chat is concerning. That happened. Entropy, it didn't notice anything. Oh, mine got disconnected. Yeah, it did. All right, let me try this again. Yeah, it's very... It's really weird because my new ISP has promised me 20 Mbps upload speed. I am currently pulling 6 Mbps if I'm lucky, which is abhorrent. Which is abhorrent. We got Pierogi God in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me see if these messages are coming through yet. If they're not, disappointing. They are not. Oh, goodness. Well, that's no fun. Well, I guess I just have to respond to you guys normally. Let's pull up the other chat. We'll be okay. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. I swear we'll make it work. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. The eye symbol controls visibility, not the behavior. If you want to turn off a node, change its physics property. Right. Well, that makes sense to me. Like, that makes sense to me. But, I'm confused. I'm confused because previously we haven't really made any changes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying, Psychonic. Got you. Right, so I don't want to... I see. Understood. You're talking about with the ground. Yeah. If you want to say, well, no, change its process property. What does that mean? What is a process? Is that over here on the right? Process. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, process mode inherit. Turned off. Oh, we can disable it. Oh, interesting. Oh, and then it falls. Wait, so we did make the ground. Okay. I guess we did make a ground and we don't have to resize it? Okay. All right. So let's make this inherit. Now, even though we have the physics, I don't think we have any of the control. Oh, we do have the controls. Wait, we already have a game? Okay, cool. So this makes sense because it's a tiny little block. So it's only colliding with that tiny little bit. Now the collisions are set up for that bigger model. So I'm just going to resize the collisions. And the collisions are a little messy in here. So then just to recap, the idea for the game is that you collide, or you have your limbs, right? If an obstacle or something, a projectile, hits those limbs, they're going to take damage. So I kind of wanted to just very crudely set up some collision for the limbs separate from the body and the head. And so I did set those up. But that was for the bigger version of the model, which we don't want to use anymore. So now if I shrink this down a little bit, you'll see it doesn't quite fit. So I'm just going to reshape these. Now these are not going to be ultimately what I use. They're just not. Like, because maybe for the body, but I want the arms ultimately. Let me get into my fly around mode. I want the arms and the legs to be squishy. I want you to be able to click on something on screen and they like move and go to certain points. So they need to be flexible. I have no clue how to do that. That is going to be a very interesting thing to learn. You would say it's ready for release. It's ready. All right. Good. Game. Total game. The ice symbol visibility. Yeah. So thank you for that. I did not know about the process thing. I'm going to be doing Godot exclusively from now on, so these tips are very helpful. So I do know that we need to change the shape up here. I did avoid that mistake of changing the scale of elsewise. So I'm just going to resize this till it kind of fits around the body. I did learn about the fly around today, where if I hit Shift F, we can do some of this niceness, which is amazing. I love it. Actually, these other ones are kind of throwing me off. I'm going to just hide them for now. I don't know. I can't see with them there. So it's looking a little large. Now, really, I don't, need the collision right now. I mean, we kind of do. Actually. Otherwise, we're going to fall through the ground. But, maybe we can set up some simple obstacles, like some blocks and stuff, and then they can collide with those blocks. And that'll be something. Rogi says, I couldn't figure out how to make it work in code, but I think what you'll want is maybe a skeleton that has a fabric modifier on a chain of bones that run through the arm. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome, and it will completely work. You know what? That's gonna work. Listen to that. Listen to how correct that sounds. How does that not work? That's awesome. All right, let me just make sure this is kind of in a good spot. It looks good enough for now. It looks good enough for now. It's not perfect. It's good enough. You're able to set up the fabric, but not make it target a point. Oh, that you could move through code. That is kind of important, it being able to move through the code. That is definitely important. So we'll have to figure that out. We'll get there, probably. We'll probably get there eventually. Not today, though. Definitely can't do that today. One of these days. Let me make sure I can actually read the chat. I'm so irritated that AT&T burned down my chat. Yours was in 2D. Hopefully the same thing exists in 3D. Oh no! Wait, so it may not even exist? Fabric Godot 3D. It must, right? Oh, maybe it's only 2D. Maybe. No, I see some 3D stuff. Oh, it might work in 3D. Maybe. Maybe not. All right, so that's the body. Let's get these other ones sized on here. This is the left leg. Sure, let's do that. Shrink it down. And hopefully we'll actually land on the ground. Now the ground is very tiny. It's just this itty bitty block. So I'll want to also stretch that out. I guess I'll do that. There we go. We're going to need to make it quite long. This game's going to be interesting. So something else that this game is going to pose as a challenge is going to be the sort of infinite runner aspect. Because I want it to kind of be an infinite runner. Like, you're not going to necessarily be able to stop, right? You're just going to be moving forward, and you can go left and right, right? Maybe you can, like, slow down or speed up. But other than that, there's not going to be anything else. So then it raises the question of what's going to be better. Have like an entire level that moves towards the character, or does the character actually move through the level? Probably the first one. And then it raises LOD questions, right? So do I want to make sure that parts of the level that are further away aren't loading in until they become relevant? Like probably, right? Like that seems like that would be kind of ridiculous not to do it that way. But I just don't know yet. I just don't know yet. And I'm excited to tackle these challenges, especially in 3D. You still hear to this day people talking about, oh, Godot's bad for 3D. I don't think it is. I think it's not. I think it's like good for 3D. So I think it'll be fun to actually tackle those things. Put out a devlog, be like, Godot in 3D is awesome. Here's why. Okay, these, again, right? So we're going to need to be creative with the collision someday. I don't even know how that's going to work, right? Because as you can see, like, in this model, we have this, like, curvy leg. So I guess what it probably, I don't know, like, will it be like a maximum size radius? Or can we someday figure out an adaptable collision shape? Right? I'm not sure how that's going to work. Because, I want things to be kind of wiggly and jiggly and malleable. Maybe the collision is going to need to be malleable. For now, I'm fine with it being static while we just set things up and test things out. But ultimately, that is going to need to be different. So I like setting this up now because it starts to begin to raise these questions about what we're going to need to think about down the road, for sure. Rogi says, fabric is the best thing I've found for long body things. Oh gosh, look at this chat. It doesn't even... It's the best thing you found for long, bendy things. And it can be written in code manually. It's just hard and math intensive, even for you. Oh, God. Exciting. Psychonic Joe says Path 3D nodes are also an option. You basically draw a path in 3D space and you can set a mesh to be generated along the path. For example, it's used for quick road/street generation. What? Dude, we're gonna get into some interesting things. Wow. Okay, you know, I think I feel like GWiz made a tutorial about that. Or was it 2D stuff? Path 2D. Okay, so that's Path 2D. But it might be similar. Okay. All right. I think there's hope for us yet. Hell yeah, game dev. I know that's right. I know that's right. Yeah, I'm excited to be focusing in on a small fun project, and I'm going to be working up to by the middle of December doing 3 streams a week on Godot alone. So hopefully we'll get some real progress sooner than later. All right, I need to actually rename this to the left leg. I want to say, Rogi, I know I have butchered in so many ways, like casing here. I've got snake and Pascal case combined. I don't even know if you can call this snake case. Like, it has an underscore. I don't know. I tried to follow a style guide, but I was just like, but I want to do it the way I want to do it. Okay. So let's shrink this arm down so it fits. And then, you know, once we get kind of the movement controls, if there's time today, which I don't know there will be, but if there's time today, I think what I'd like to see is some limb detection stuff. So if we have objects, how can we confirm that the right limbs are being seen, you know, when a projectile or an obstacle hits it? Since that's kind of important. Bring this down. Gosh, I'm so excited to get into that pathing stuff. It's going to be crazy, but like if we make it work, it's going to be cool. I wonder too, like if there's limitations with that, like if like the textures won't work as well or something. Maybe they will. And how that'll be like real time. It's very exciting. Also a little scary, but mostly exciting. Okay, just want it to be good enough that it'll kind of be on the arm. It doesn't have to be perfect. Now I'm assuming that I can rotate down here, so I know I'm supposed to avoid using the scale in the transform, but I don't know that there's really any other way to rotate it without going in there. You know, and we can move the position. So I would guess, yeah, so I guess it's fine. I think it's just scaling that causes issues. All right, we're fine. Let's make it a little longer. Looks good. That's the left arm. And then finally, the right arm. Our character is going to be a little shorter in the frame now. So I'm going to need to adjust the camera as well. Oh, I see. So the little circles are for managing the shape changes, the little circle gizmos. Gotcha. And does it even show me the scale options? I guess if I put on the scale button, if I click the scale tool, then it'll show me the scale stuff. Otherwise, it doesn't even really bother to show them to me. I guess I have to set it to be on. Okay, noted. Noted. 3D space. Get that on there, right? Always love how it looks like it's in the right spot, and then it isn't. I see some lessons need to be learned the hard way, I see. Wait, which one? Which lesson? Yeah. That is true, though. That does sound like a way that I need to learn things. The harder, the better. Because then, you never forget. Probably. rotate. I think that's pretty good. A little long. It might be a little long. Okay. I'm fine with that. All right, so now we got the collision on there. We've made a bigger ground. And so we should be able to move around a little bit. Let's go. And we got jumping, full game, game made. Let's go. Oh, and there we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I love it. I love that Godot has that stuff built in. And luckily, since we don't need the camera to move with the character, we don't have to worry about, you know, setting up the camera. Not that that's that hard, but at least we don't have to do it. Jumping, I don't know about jumping. I guess jumping could be a thing. That could be an interesting mechanic because, you know, then if you only have 1 foot, maybe you can't jump as high. If you don't have any feet, you can't jump at all. So that means if you lose both of your legs, your character will automatically, the idea is you'll automatically start using your arm to drag yourself across, and we could just say you can't jump, or like if you do, it's like a boop, a little jump. So I think jumping actually would be a good thing to have in the game. And then besides that, I guess I want to figure out the infinite runner things. Let me hit save. And just out of curiosity, I think maybe, I didn't really realize it, but I think I want to try to set that up today, is being able to have that infinite runner vibe. Which is going to be tough because you kind of need reference, right? So how do you know that you're doing a infinite run? Godot infinite runner. Endless runner tutorial. Now this is probably for 2D. A 3D endless runner. 2023, that's good. That's a good time. Let's see what the internet has to say about this. What you got for me? Explore game dev.
We'll cover creating a 3D terrain effect, so an endless terrain. So you'll be looking out at the terrain, it'll be continually coming toward you, and say third person or first person. If I'm dating myself, you can think back to like a Star Fox type game, so an arcade type game. So at the end of this quick tutorial, you'll be able to craft a system that produces that type of endless terrain, and you'll be able to adapt that for maybe a 3D game you're making on your own. So let's go ahead and get started.
Let's check it out.
Here's a diagram just to help out to show what the terrain controller is doing. So in this perspective, we're looking down on the player. The z-axis is going this way. So the player's looking out in this direction. Here's our terrain blocks that we'll have that are under control by the terrain controller. It's moving them towards the player. And then down here is sort of the reservoir of blocks, the catalog of blocks that we can pull into the scene as we need to replace them. This terrain starts to move towards the player. Eventually, a block will be behind the player.
Oh, so we are moving
so at that point,
the terrain.
The controller will delete that block, and it will randomly pick another block to grab here and then place at the far horizon for the player. So the player they'll lose sight of this block, so we can make it disappear. And then,
so that's another consideration, is like, should this be procedural? Because I kind of don't want it to be. Even though procedural is cool, I really want to do level design. I really want to think about level design. I think procedural is a little overrated, like in terms of just having things spawn. And, you know, I do want there to be like roguelite stuff in this game, which, of course, you know, procedural levels is really core to the roguelike genre. But I don't know, I feel I don't really enjoy procedurally generated games. I find that like the levels are kind of flat and boring. So I don't know. But I think this is still worth setting it up this way, and we can maybe adapt it to have, you know, instead of it just like grabbing a randomly set up terrain, we could maybe define what blocks get added as it goes. Just something to think about.
Into the scene as we need to replace them. This terrain starts to move towards the player. Eventually, a block will be behind the player to where the player can't see it. So at that point, the controller will delete that block, and it will randomly pick another block to grab here and then place at the far horizon for the player. So the player they'll lose sight of this block, so we can make it disappear, and then there's no reason to keep it around, and then we can place another block in the scene that's beyond the point of view of the player, and that just continues on during the entire game flow and never ends. To get started, we need just a general upper world scene for this terrain and this player to appear in. So let's create a new 3D scene, and let's just call that world. In the editor, we see sort of a default skybox and lighting that Godot 4 provides. We can import that indoor scene. We see those appear over here, so that now we'll see this skybox and lighting when we play the game. Let's go ahead and just save that. So now we just have our basic setup. Let's add our player, and that will be a character body 3D. And we see the warning here that it doesn't have a collision shape. That's expected. So let's go ahead and just add that. And that will be a collision shape.
So expected.
3D. And we're going to make our player a capsule. So we'll make the collision shape of capsule to match. Let's add the mesh so we can see our guy. capsule again to match. And our player is stuck on the floor right now.
His
so
voice
meters
is
is
so
above the floor, meters
gentle.
below, sort of centered. We want to move him up. If we move him 1 meter, he'll be right in line with the floor. We want to move him just slightly more. In our case, so that the player is not colliding with the floor part of the terrain that's going to be coming with us. That's to our advantage in this case. We'll rename him to player. So now we just need to have a camera. And in this case, we'll attach that camera to the player in sort of a third-person perspective. So we want that to be behind him, above him, and sort of rotated down. Then we can click preview to see kind of what that looks like. It's looking pretty good. He's blocking a lot of the scene. So one thing we can do is increase the field of view. In our case, we don't want to see his feet. So we can go forward.
Don't
now,
really need a
and
lot of
rotate him now.
this.
Let's check that out. We need to go quite a bit more forward. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We can adjust it later, so no big deal. Okay, so we have our player. Next, we're going to build a block of terrain in front of this player manually so that we can, in the scene, so that we can see that it lines up the view that we want to have in the game. Okay, in our game, our terrain blocks are going to be 3D meshes, plane mesh, so just a flat plane. And we'll put some blocks on top of that as sort of obstacles. So let's go ahead and get started with that. We'll add a mesh instance 3D again. And again, so it's going to be a plane mesh is a good choice for the floor, as you can kind of see there. We want to kind of increase the size of that. So we kind of want a wider than deep block.
So no
it's like 100
ground.
by 20.
Not the static
Not
body.
too important of that size, just that general size. We'll see we can change that pretty easily.
So that's interesting. I mean, I like our ground, but if it's a mesh, that just might be easier to move around. But we can always leave this, and we can always have, like, the terrain doesn't have to be what, yeah, it can just be visual. Although, ultimately, I would want it to collide with the meshes on there. I don't think I need to worry about this right now.
Let's change the name to something like terrain 0, because we have multiples of these. And let's move it.
We can make this.
There we go. Let's move it out in front of the player.
I'm really curious to see how he's going to make this work.
See that now we have some terrain in front of us. So now we'll add some obstacles. It's very common to have that be a static body 3D. Again, we see the warning here that it needs a collision shape. I think is what it's going to say. Yep. So just like our player, we need to add a collision shape to that. Move on to block 0. Same sort of makeup as the player. We add a collision shape, and that will be, in this case, block shape.
Gotcha.
We'll also add a mesh so that we can see it. There we go. And of course, a block for that also, so it lines up. We can see that our block is just like the player was originally halfway stuck in. So in this case, we just want to move him up, I think 0.5 because it's a meter tall. So we moved up 0.5. He's right on the surface now. Now we just simply want to duplicate that a few times. We'll do that. Now we have block 0, 1, and 2. They're on the same spot right now, so we can just kind of move those around. There we go. And we can, if we want, we can check our perspective again. See, yeah. So this terrain again is going to be moving towards us. And in this game, we simply just want to avoid those blocks. So we'll put in some side-to-side movement on our character. So let's go and do that now.
Awesome.
So let's go and play the scene. So the current scene, so our only scene. And that should boot up. We're looking from the back of the player, third person. These are the blocks that we want to avoid in this game. If we'll put in the logic, if we touch a block, we die. So pretty simple game, but we're just demonstrating the terrain is the goal of this tutorial. So that all looks
all right, let's set up some, let's set this up.
So let's go and add that now. And it'll be simple, just side-to-side movement. So pretty simple script. I'll just paste this in and kind of, we'll go, not a lot of code, but we'll go over it just a little bit. First off, the character has a speed, and you can set this to change the speed that will move side to side. Then within physics process, we'll pick up all the expected inputs. And I have another video that goes on a little more detail of building a character control.
All right, so let's get that at least in here so we can keep up. I think this is going to be a cool tutorial. So I'm going to add in, I could make this part of the ground. I don't think so. I feel like we shouldn't. I think I'm going to keep the ground separate. So let's do, I think he did a mesh instance, right? For the terrain. And he called it terrain 0. Terrain _0. I made it a 9. I want to do a 0. Okay. We're at that step. Let's just go back and see how he configured it.
That is sort of obstacles. So let's go and get started with that. We'll add a mesh instance 3D again. And again, we said it's going to be a plane mesh is a good choice for the floor, as you can kind of see there.
Yeah.
We want to kind of increase the size of that. So we kind of want a wider than deep block. So let's go like 100 by
Plane
20.
mesh.
Not too important of that size, just that general size. We'll see we can change that pretty easily. Let's change the name to something like terrain 0, because we have multiples of these. And let's move it, oh, wrong thing to move. There we go.
100
let's move it
by
out in
20.
front of the player just a little bit, and we can check that camera view. See that now we have some terrain in front of us. So now we'll add some obstacles. It's very common to have that be a static body 3D. Again, we see the warning here that it needs a collision shape. I think is what it's going to say. Yep. So just like our player, we need to add a collision shape to that. We'll call this block 0. Same sort of makeup as the player. We add a collision shape. And
So I kind of already have a little block in here. By the way, just to remind you, this is Explore Gamedev is the YouTuber we are learning from right now. Explore Gamedev. You should check them out. You should check them out. I like this tutorial. This is a good one. All right. So we already have a block. And he's making that a child of the terrain, which I guess makes sense. Although our block, I think, is a mesh instance. Actually, let's delete this one. Let's get a fresh one. And we'll make it a static body. Since that's what he's saying. I don't really know what the advantage... Because he was very much like, you know, usually for an obstacle, static body is what you'd make. Like, okay. All right. I don't really know why, but I believe you. A 3D physics body that can't be moved by external forces. When moved manually, it doesn't affect other bodies in its path. All right. I mean, for now, sure, that's fine. I feel like, in theory, I'd kind of want them to be dynamic, but that's okay. He's calling it... He's making a box shape.
We'll also add a mesh.
Naming it block 0. I like this naming convention. 0 is a good number to start with, especially if you're going to be like instancing it or making multiple of them. We're going to make it a... Did we say new physics material? Why is it different? Wait. Oh, we want to... Wait. Where did he do the shape? I actually don't know how he did the shape.
So now we'll add some obstacles. It's very common to have that be a static body 3D. Again, we see the warning here that it needs a collision shape. I think is what it's going to say. Yep. So just like our player, we need to add a collision shape to that. And we'll call this block 0. Same sort of makeup as the player. We add a collision shape, and that will be, in this case, block shape. We'll also add a mesh so that we can see it.
Oh, I see. So it starts out as a static body, and then the mesh goes in the static body. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know. So let's do that. Let's add in the mesh instance 3D. Make that the box. And then I'm going to add in the collision shape 3D. Make that also a box. And then is he just keeping those names the same?
Also, so it lines up. We can see that our block is just like the player was originally.
See, those line up. They do. They line up wonderfully. Bring it up a little higher.
Halfway stuck in. So in this case, we just want that around. And in this game, we simply just want to avoid those blocks. So we'll put in some side to side.
He's not renaming them or anything. He's just moving them around. Let's do it. Duplicate the block. And then Godot is just automatically naming it 1. I love that. And block 2. Let's go.
Movement on our character. So let's go and do that now. So let's go and play the scene. Select current scenes, our only scene, and that should boot up. We're looking from the back of the player, third person. These are the blocks that we want to avoid in this game. If we'll put in the logic.
All right.
We touch a block, we die. So pretty simple game, but we're just demonstrating the terrain is the goal of this tutorial. So that all looks pretty good. To extract this node into its own scene, and then we can duplicate that to make these terrain blocks to again feed into the conveyor belt. So that's easy to do, and looks pretty just a sense of what this code's doing. So now when we play, we should be able to move side to side with the arrows. We are. Again, this train will be moving towards us, and then we'll be moving side to side.
We've got a few more
movements. So we're ready to
A,
duplicate this train, so we have multiple blocks to kind of feed into this conveyor belt, the train that will be coming towards us. And then B will build the code for that, which is really the heart of this video, is that code that controls the train, and then pull it back into this world scene. Okay, scene looks pretty good, so we need to extract this node into its own scene, and then we can duplicate that to make these train blocks to again feed into the conveyor belt. So that's easy to do in Godot. We just simply save branch as a scene. We do want to save it in its own folder. All the train blocks we're going to create.
Will we go up the edge?
The script is coming out. Let's go and do that.
We
so
will.
Now we have in our file system, we have train block 1. So let's go ahead and I'll duplicate that about 4 times and go.
But we're moving towards us anyway, so we don't actually need the collision to go up there. So we'll be fine.
That's easy to do in Godot. We just simply save branch as a scene. We do want to save it in its own folder. All the train blocks we're going to create. That'll make sense here. The script is coming out.
So we're going to save the terrain as a scene. Call it. He's calling it terrain blocks. Sounds good to me. I'm really excited for how this is going to turn out.
Let's go and do that. So now we have in our file system, we have train block 1. So let's go ahead and
we're already halfway through this tutorial.
Up on the video. Okay, there we go. So now I'll duplicate that about 4 times and go ahead and speed that up on the video.
4 times. All right, let's go. So that's down here. I'd kind of like to put this in a folder if possible. Hopefully I'm not too late to do that. Sometimes things get weird. We'll say terrain. Can I just put this in here and nothing goes wrong? Yeah. Yes. Duplicate it. I suppose he's adding the numbers on there. Oh, so he must have done it retroactively. So I'll rename this to 0. And then make this number 2. number 3, and number 4. All right.
Okay, there we go. So now we have 4 terrain blocks. They are in isolation out of the scene. They're all the same. We want some variety in each of them. So 0 we'll leave as is, but then on 1 we'll start to move these blocks around. And one quirk here is that if we just click in the scene, we can see that we've selected the mesh and not the block. So if we drag this, we're actually just dragging the mesh, but we're leaving the block behind, which is not what we want. We want everything aligned. So let me go ahead and undo that. There's a couple ways to do this in Godot to make sure you're dragging the right thing. Quick easy one is whatever you've selected in the scene tree. Hold down Alt when you go to drag it, and then you can drag it in the scene, and you know that it's whatever you clicked on. It's what's been in the scene tree. So just a quick
hold down
and
Alt.
Then you can drag it in the scene to make sure you're dragging the right thing. Quick easy one is whatever you've selected in the scene tree. Hold down Alt when you go to drag it, and then you can drag it in the scene, and you know that it's whatever you click on.
Oh, that's cool. So like if I have it selected in the scene tree, so for example, I have the block clicked. But if I if I click in here, I mean, it's already got it selected. I guess I don't really understand why I would need to hold Alt. But I'm sure that's helpful. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how helpful that is.
What's been the scene tree. So just a quick thing to do. Oops, and I didn't do it right there. So click the block, hold down Alt, and then drag. And again, click the block, hold down Alt, and drag. And you know it won't switch over to something else. Let's just continue on this.
Okay, so this is for that procedural. So we're setting it up in different positions here. I'm not terribly interested in procedural, but for the sake of this tutorial, let's set it up. Because the thing is you know, it's going to be more defined in the code, right? So what we could do is I could design this so it has these in these different positions, and then the code we could just say, instead of just randomly picking them, we could say do this one first, do this one second, do this one third, do this one fourth. And then I guess the interesting thing would be building out the levels one slice at a time. That'll be interesting. Yeah, I don't know if there's some way we could, I guess we could probably create a level design scene that has all of these instances in it, and then design it that way. And hopefully that would be updating the instances that could be in the game that would be generated. That would be kind of cool. All right, so we're coming into each of these scenes. I think that was 0 that I just moved it around. So let's do 2 now. Put them in some different places. Nothing too extreme here. I didn't expect to be trying to set this up so soon. But I'm excited to see how it turns out. Move this over. Pull this one in. And the obstacles, as far as the actual game is going to go, I'm actually going to want some of them to be like up higher, right? Because maybe like it's a helicopter or something. Because we want things to be able to hit the arms, or a bullet, right? So things to hit the arms or the legs. It needs to be able to go to either. So I'll do some verticality as well here. And I wonder, I mean, and so there is one thing to think about, which is like, is there like an advantage if you're a character and let's say you lose both of your legs, right? You're kind of crouching all the time. So in that sense, you'll be able to avoid the higher obstacles, which makes me think we should probably have a crouch implemented. So that way the game can be like balanced with that in mind. I also think I was just moving the mesh and not the collision. I just did that. I did what he warned about. Let me make sure I didn't do that with these others. It looks like I didn't. Okay, come to 4. Make sure we select that. Let's put that up a little higher. Maybe we can have them all up a little higher for this one. Okay. Very good. Let's get back to it.
So I'll go ahead and speed this part of the video up. Okay, so now that's done. One more thing to do is that the floor needs to be something we won't fall through. It'll have a collision body of its own. These blocks won't fall through when we play the scene. And then to do that in Godot is quite easy. It kind of does it for you. So let's look at each scene and select the plane mesh and click the mesh tab. And in this case, we're not too concerned about, so you can see there's a lot of options that tell you, this is fast but not accurate, accurate but not fast. Don't worry too much about that. And let's just create a tri-mesh static body. It says it's the slowest, but for our game, that's totally fine. So go ahead and click that. You can see that it created the static body 3D and the collision for the terrain, and it makes it the same shape as the mesh. So it's kind of just a quick way to get the collision body for this plane mesh. So just do that for each one. Again, select terrain and create that, and then
for
save.
each one?
And I'll speed this up also.
Why didn't we just do that for the first one so I wouldn't have to do it every time? Did he forget to tell us that? Just seems like something we could have done earlier. But that's all right. That's okay. Ain't no thing. I wonder if this will now be collidable for the character. Alert! Why? Why? Likely dependencies couldn't be satisfied. But you figured it out, right? Is it because I moved it? Ugh, I knew it. I knew moving it to a different folder was going to cause a problem. Alright, let me try this. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens so much. Okay, edit dependencies. Because I had made it outside of the folder at first. Is it... Are we good? Are we good? Oh, it's still kind of giving me that warning at first. And then the warning, like, goes away. Is it in the debugger? It's not. See, it appears real fast, and then it goes away. Does that matter? Like, suppose I put this back out here, right? Does the alert go away? It doesn't. Alright, I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm just gonna ignore it. No idea. No idea if that matters. Hopefully that's not a problem. If I play, we don't seem to get any errors, so let it go. Let's see if we now collide. No, we still don't collide with it. So that didn't add collision in any meaningful way, which is just true. See, that alert is still happening there. It's really weird. All right. That concerns me, but we'll just ignore it. It concerns me.
So I think that's everything we need. We have 5 terrain blocks, and they have all their collision shapes, so the blocks will stay on top.
And we can save and everything. Cannot open file, res terrain blocks. Oh, right, because I renamed it with the 0. Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. Opening the project in the editor at least once. Okay. All right. I think they've all been opened at least once. I'm pretty sure. Failed loading terrain blocks.tscn. Okay, I'm just gonna look it up. Because I feel like this has got to be a simple solution, right? All we did was just rename something wrong. Rename Godot. How do you fix failed to load resource? Windows isn't actually renaming files in some cases. Okay. Do you have any warnings in the editor? I fixed this by switching to a new USB cord. Nuh-uh. Okay, maybe there's a fix somebody has found. Check the files are correct. One day my level is not. How did I discover this? I went to the logs folder. I had to remove the script and reattach it. Okay, but it is not a script, so... Ugh, this is irritating. Maybe if we open it in the file manager, that will illuminate something? No, it looks quite good. Attempting to parent and pop up a dialogue that already has a parent. What is it talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it looks like I forgot. Or I added double collision to this one, for one thing. And I didn't even add collision to this one. Which might explain why the character wasn't colliding with it. I seem able to save these without errors. I mean, I still get this annoying alert. I mean, I'm inclined to just do it over. I hate when this happens. This kind of stuff is so irritating. Do we at least collide with it now? No. Answer is no. What an annoying problem. What if I just get a little bold here and we close it? Oh, speaking of, I still have to oh, we're not. It's not gonna let me. I can't close the project. We're trapped. I'm trapped. Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. What? What do you mean? Okay. All right. How about this, Godot? How about this, Godot? Maybe... Like, what if I remove it? All right, I'm gonna delete it from the scene. All right, just get it out of here. It's gone. What if I try to save now? Still an issue, even though I got rid of it from the tree. It's still popping up this little alert in the background, real fast, real quick, a little alert. Dang, really wish I had GitHub set up right now. If I take this folder and I snatch it out of here, just get it out. It doesn't even exist here anymore. It's still gonna give me the problem. Okay. All right, suppose we do undo apocalypse. I'm not happy with this. I'm very disappointed by this right now. I'm gonna hit undo for life. Okay, so now we're back with the collision shaping stuff. There we were adding the plane in there. What's happening? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Psychonic Joe. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let me see if this made any difference. It didn't. Ugh. The terrain thing still exists. I am so confused. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. So here's something that's happening. For one thing, when I hit save, we get this little alert that appears very briefly. And it says it couldn't save the scene. Likely dependency, instances, and inheritance couldn't be satisfied. Oh, we got it to stop. Let's go. Couldn't save scene. Likely dependencies, instances, or inheritance couldn't be satisfied. Don't know why it's saying that. Couldn't tell you why it's saying that. It is saying that. Not sure why. I created an instance scene, and then I moved it and renamed it, which I kind of knew was a risk, but it's behaving a lot riskier than I would like. And so I was just trying to get rid of it and undo all of that. And I was also getting this this error message back here, which I don't think is going to be there anymore. What if now I can close it, right? Oh, look, it's still, oh, because it's still open. I see. By right-clicking the TSCN, yeah, right. So that was something I did try, but let's try it again. Yeah, this tends to happen when I start renaming things and moving things. But, like, I should be able to do that. Okay, so here's this. Right, so don't save any of this. Don't save these. These are all the new scenes that I created. I'm asking them to go away and die. Like, forget them. Forget it. Forget I did it. Pretend I never did it. Reopen the project. I will do that, Psychonic, but also first let me see if this at least makes that error go away. Hell no. Can't find these. Right, because I got rid of them. Yeah, because I got rid of it. They're gone now. And they shouldn't even be in the code anywhere. Like, they should be just gone. So that might have just been because it was open before and it was trying to open what was previously open. Let's see. And so hopefully no alert. No alert. We just get all load. Okay, all load, no alert. That is good. That's what I want to see. Now, I'm going to paste this folder back in here with these things we created. Here it is in my file list. Maybe I fixed it. Maybe I fixed it. And then I think where I'm supposed to be at is the only one that's actually in the main scene right now is going to be the 0 one, I think.
And go ahead and speed that up on the video.
Yeah, because we duplicated the
okay, there we go.
scenes
So now we have
down
4 train
here.
blocks. They are in, I was originally halfway stuck in, so in this case we do.
Probably we're going to put the other one back in there.
System of terrain. This will be in, and really the only player.
I don't really know.
Game. So now we need to create this terrain controls, and I'll speed this up. Put a 3D map. Okay, we're done there. So I think that's everything we need. We have 5 terrain blocks, and they.
All right, so let's try to put this back in here. I'm going to drag this back into my scene tree. There it is. Looking good enough. Can I save it? I can. So that seemed to kind of fix the dependency. It was just to remove it. You know, move it to like a different folder. Oh, nice. And now we're colliding with these blocks too, which is good. Nice. All right. Everything is working. Everything is working. I guess I just had to go into the file system and just like do some stuff. And then it's better. Thank goodness. Thanks for being willing to come explore the problem, though. I appreciate it. Let me get rid of this block. We don't care about that. All right. Let's continue with the tutorial. Whoa. Okay.
We have all the collision shapes, so the blocks will stay on top of the plane, and as they're fed towards the player will collide with these blocks, and that will end the game. So now we need to create this terrain controller that's going to move this terrain through the scene. So let's create a new scene, 3D scene.
Yeah, me
and call
too,
this terrain controller. There we go. Let's save that. And really the only purpose of this node is to hold this script. So let's add a script, call it terrain controller. Create that. We didn't add any boilerplate code because I'll supply the code. Again, all this will be in Git.
All right, where are you putting this? Oh, you're just making it?
And call this terrain controller.
Wait,
all
what?
The collision shapes. So the blocks will stay on top of the plane, and as they're fed towards the player will collide with these blocks, and that will end the game. So now we need to create this terrain controller that's going to move this terrain through the scene. So let's create
a new scene? I've never done this. I've never created a new scene. It's terrifying. All right, let's do it. New scene. What have I done? Oh, I see. It just creates a new scene. I guess I have done this. I guess what I've done is done instances. I've never like made like a separate scene like this though. All right. It's not that big. It's not that big a deal.
3D scene and call this terrain controller. There we go.
Terrain controller. I will do what you say. They're being sarcastic. I've just never done it that way. I've never done it that way. Like where you just create a fresh new scene. Usually what I have done, the only way I've seen it kind of like this is like I instantiate, you know, one of these nodes and it becomes a scene. And now I see that that does that same thing. I didn't really realize that it was just going to do the same thing, except now it's not an instance. I guess, I mean, I guess, you know, in theory, I could take that terrain controller. So I guess I should... Where does it... So if it's unsaved, well, so that raises a question. Where does this live? Where does this exist? It says it's unsaved. So if I guess I could save scene as, open up terrain, call it terrain controller, and now it'll be in there. Gotcha. And then if I come to my main scene, which I don't love being called node 3D, I'd like to rename it, but what can I say? I'm terrified about renaming these things. Things get angry when I rename them. So I guess node 3D is what the scene is going to be called. Can we just... Godot, safest way to rename a scene. Just like, help me out here. The file system panel, right click and rename. It takes care of everything. Okay. Alright. That's not always been my experience. Main scene. What do you think? Are we good? Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. I don't know, man. I just don't know. Alright. The root node is different from the file name, so it's safe to rename it. Right, yeah, I could just change that as well. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was kind of up here is where I wanted the name to be different. So we got the terrain controller. So if I were to drag the terrain controller into the main scene now. Oh, it is instanced. So I guess I have done this. Okay, I just didn't realize that creating a new scene was the same as right-clicking on a node and doing save branch as scene. But I now see that that makes total sense, that that would be the exact same thing. But I didn't realize it. I just had never done it that way. Now I know. All right. I told you, I'm noob. I'm noob town up in here.
Well, let's save that. And really the only purpose of this node is to hold this script. So let's add a script, call it train controller, create that. We didn't add any boilerplate code because I'll supply the code. Again, all this will be in GitHub. So here there's a little bit more. It's not too bad. We'll go through some of it here. Essentially this is...
Yeah, totally. GitHub. I got my GitHub set up right now. I need to do that. Attach the script, terrain controller.
It's the class that represents that conveyor button.
Whoa.
GitHub. So here there's a
What the...
controller, create that. We didn't add any boilerplate code because I'll supply the code. Again, all this will be in GitHub. So here there's a little bit more. It's not too bad. We'll go through some of it here. Essentially, this is the class that represents that
he's
conveyor
going to
belt
have me copy and paste this.
system of terrain that is fed into the scene, and this terrain goes behind the player.
No wonder this tutorial is so
short. And we
short.
append another piece of terrain on the horizon. We'll see, we'll need to do sort of some calculation of what's the position of that piece of terrain. A few members to this class.
All
Terrain
right.
blocks is just holding the file system paths to all these terrain blocks that we built and put into a specific directory. That's why they're all in one directory, because we just tell it which directory and then it loads all the terrain blocks. Terrain belt is the array that's going to hold the number of pieces of terrain that's in the system, and we specify that.
We'll break
here.
it down.
At any given time, there'll be 4 pieces of terrain in the system. We could change that to 3, 2, 1. 1 would be weird, but depending on how many terrain blocks you have, those will be pulled randomly from sort of the catalog of terrain blocks in this array, and then instanced into the sort of runtime array of blocks that are in the scene. We'll cover that a little bit more here. Velocity is just how fast is that terrain moving towards the player. And again, we covered this. That's the number of blocks to maintain in the scene. And here we mentioned this. This is just, we just point to the directory where the blocks are, and we'll see there's a method that loads all those up. So in ready for this class, when it's added to the scene, it loads the terrain scenes. We give it the path, and then it determines the file paths for every terrain scene in that directory. Initialize blocks, that's where we build up this terrain belt. We tell it how many terrain blocks we want to have in the belt at any given time, and then it does the work for that. If we look at that here, again, it's just going through, this would be 1 to 4, so loading 4 terrain blocks. We do this 4 times. We pick one at random from the sort of the catalog. If it's the first one, we just put it at the first slot. If it's anything beyond the first one, we have to put it at the far edge of the current last terrain block. And we do it this way that allows our terrain blocks to be of any given width. They could be 20 meters wide, 10 meters wide, 30 meters wide. This will do the math to determine what that far edge is and where to place this next block so that it lines up with the previous one. And then we just add it to the scene, and we append it to this terrain belt array. So those happen at the start. You can look at the details of, say, this function as an exercise of your own. Feel free to ping me in the comments or even on Twitter or Mastodon and help you to answer any questions. So that's what happens in ready. In physics process, so as the game is running, we run this method progress terrain. So that marches the terrain towards the user's point of view, and then it watches for if terrain goes behind the player, it knows that it needs to remove that block and then append another block to the horizon. So again, we're using this append to far edge method to determine the current last block, what's its far edge, and I want to append line up right to that edge for this new block. So that's what's happening there. So a little bit going on, but you can kind of go step by step, see what's happening, and there's some comments here to help you out. But again, reach out if you have any questions. Now our terrain controller is complete, so let's pull it back into our main scene as a child scene.
Now it's complete.
There, and you click this little link here, instantiate child scene.
It's done.
With a browser, there's terrain controller, so let's bring that back in and go to the viewport. So now we can see it's just an element like anything else in the scene. It's right below the player. We should be able to play, so let's go and try, see if we've done anything right. There we go. And we have movement from that movement controller script we saw. The thing we'll see here, though, is if we hit someone, it affects our velocity,
Wow.
and then the terrain starts to, we kind of fall behind the terrain generation. In this one, we're just going to make that the in-game state if we hit one of these guys. So let's go and do that real quick. Go to our player script.
Wow.
And make that check here below move and slide. There's just a little piece of code here for collisions.
Wow. Wow. Okay, that's... Wow. Okay. So, I mean, just thinking ahead here. You know, I'm going to want obstacles that are high and low, so they can hit the arms or the legs, and different things happen depending on which it hits. So we're going to want to report from those arms and legs collisions which one got hit. So that'll be something different that we'll want to implement eventually. In terms of getting all that to move, we're gonna need to copy that code. I don't particularly want to copy and paste it. I kind of want to go line by line and try to implement it. How are we doing on time? We are good. All right, let's go for it. Let's see what this young man has set up for us. God help us. Does he actually show the whole code in the video, or do I need to head over to GitHub? It looks like he doesn't quite show it all in here. So I think I really don't want to copy and paste it. I really don't want to. I really don't want to. I kind of would prefer if the tutorial went through line by line, but I respect that it doesn't. It's kind of like it doesn't really need to do that. So that's fine, but I would love a line by line breakdown myself. But that's just me. So yeah, it looks like it doesn't quite go through the whole code. So I think we are going to need to
feel free
go
to ping me
and look at the repo. Where is that? Right here. I'm going to attempt to not do it that way. Copying and pasting. It'll probably be best if we just download it. And then trying to like view it. I know it's like the way to it's life, all right? Copying and pasting is life, right? We talk about AI, ChatGPT coding our stuff is going to replace everything. I mean, how long have coders already been copying and pasting everything together? So like this is a well worn tradition. All right, there's the terrain controller. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me a little uncomfortable. Because I'm learning and I want to learn more. But I'm just going to commit myself to digging in and learning each line. All right, so I'm going to rename this terrain controller a little bit here. So that way, let's actually just duplicate. Well, okay, how about this? Why don't I come out here? You've been a software engineer since 2006, Dissident says. Been using Stack Overflow, copy pasta since. Well, that makes sense, right? I mean, look, especially if you have to meet like a due date or a due time, you know? Like it would be kind of ill-advised to sit down and spend all the time you can to learn every single line, right? But I appreciate you saying that, right? Because it is like so standard to borrow code and to use stuff, because what you're being paid for is to make things work, right? Not to reinvent the wheel. And that makes sense. That makes sense. I want to enjoy the luxury of being able to learn every little bit. But you know, if I gotta just embrace the copy pasta, I will. I guess my due time is the end of the stream. All right. Missing, I'm sure it's missing a lot of dependencies. I would imagine so. Okay, evidently, this is not how you pull. Oh, because we need the GD file? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Now I know that. All right, let me paste that in. Add in example. Is that enough? Did I do it, Daddy Godot? Yes, I did. All right, great. So there's the scene, and then here we go. Oh, I see. I brought in the scene, not the script. I didn't want to bring in the scene. I wanted to bring in the script. Okay, here we go. We got the code. Let's go. In fact, can we just get rid of the scene? Right? Like, can I just not have the scene in here? I'd honestly rather not, because it just feels, I don't know. Feels like risky business. Okay. Here we go. This builds and operates the terrain conveyor belt. A set of randomly chosen terrain blocks is terrain blocks is rendered to the viewport. As the game is played, the terrain is moved in the positive Z direction. When a given block passes behind this node, it is removed and a new block is added to the far end of the conveyor. So it's actually checking a node if it's behind a node. It's interesting. Holds the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes. Variable terrain blocks array. All right, this seems totally reasonable to add in there. Now I want to be on this one. Can I open this up as a separate tab? Is that not a thing? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So let's add that variable in there. Variable, terrain blocks, array, equals 1. So we're defining the array. Technically, we don't have to. Well, actually, I feel like we do, right? Because if I don't know, because it'll know because of the brackets, right, that it's an array. But I like the idea of adding in what it is. I feel like that is just better for readability. The set of terrain blocks which are currently rendered to the viewport. Variable terrain belt. Okay, so this is useful. I'm gonna copy this comment as well, so we don't lose that. Very helpful information. Okay. And then this, it also is doing an export variable, so we can change, I guess, I don't know what this 10.0 is. Velocity? So that's the speed. I see. So then we can change the speed in the interface. And I guess this would be a constant, wouldn't it? Wouldn't we want this to be a constant? I guess not, right? Because if we want the player to be able to change the speed, right, of their character, we might actually want this to be a variable. I'm going line by line, baby. We're going to need to link. Oh, so this is just defining the type. So I don't know that we need to link anything here. We're just defining the type. That's interesting. I guess I'm not sure. So if you're setting up this empty array, I guess we can like fill up the array in the code. And then technically, I don't really understand why this one is defining mesh instance 3D and this one isn't, but it'll be interesting to kind of figure that out. Maybe there isn't much of a good reason. The number of blocks to keep rendered to the viewport. So it only is going to show 4 at a time down the line. That definitely seems like one worth making a constant. Just keeping in mind, I'm not saying I'm going to do that just yet. but something to keep in mind. Number terrain blocks. All right. I guess I like that variable name. Path to directory holding the terrain block scenes. Okay. So we will have to update this. Terrain blocks path. So making all of these variables. So then we can just easily refer to these as we need. This is avoiding a hard coding situation, which I am very guilty of doing often. So I'm just going to drag this folder path in here. And that's where the blocks live. Let me get that. There we go. Okay. And then they've got function ready void, load terrain scene, so the block's path. So before or as soon as the game starts, one time, it's going to run terrain blocks path, which is, I guess, getting ready that collection of blocks. And then number of terrain blocks, it's going to initialize how many blocks should be shown. So this way it'll show them. It's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily realize if I didn't, look at this code that I would need to initialize the folder. But I guess that's because I see. So this number of terrain blocks is actually indented from this load terrain scenes. Init blocks. So is this is actually a Godot command, right? Oh no, this is in the function. Oh, this is defined in the function. I see. So this isn't a Godot thing. This is defined in this function. And the function says number of blocks integer. They both look like custom functions. Thanks, Psychonic. I forget that. I guess if it was a Godot one, it would probably be like white, maybe. So you could tell probably because it was blue. Custom functions. Got it. Yeah, when I clicked on it, it didn't open up documentation. I was like, why? And it's like, because this is where you're going. So it's saying run once before the game starts, or as soon as the game starts, run these functions. And then specifically run these functions like relative to this variable somehow. I'm a little confused how this variable interfaces with that function. But maybe that'll be more obvious looking at the function, which is right here. Init blocks. For block index, which again is a variable that's been defined here, right? Maybe? What is block index? Also, I don't think I know enough about for loops. That's kind of something, that's like a place I have a really big gap in my knowledge, which is super embarrassing to admit, but I'm going to admit it. And so let me just quickly, I try to watch as many basics videos as I can before I drop in a stream, but I can't always get them all. And I didn't get my for loops one. I feel like this should be a very simple explanation. That's a while loop. That's a little different. This is 3 years old, but
welcome back to another episode in the GD script fundamental.
Psychonic says for the init blocks one, it's basically plugging the variable into the function as an argument inside the brackets, which will then be handled inside the function. So if it wasn't there, if the number terrain blocks wasn't there, then somewhere in here, it wouldn't know to like do something with it. I guess it confuses me a little bit. It's kind of hard because I kind of need all the code there before I can like play around and see what breaks if I do that. All right, let me get my basics on here. Let me put on my noob hat.
Talking about the for loop. So what exactly is
Forgive
a for
me.
loop? A for loop is a control flow statement which allows code to be executed repeatedly. Godot uses iterator-based for loops. What this means is that this type of for loop allows for the enumeration of sets of items other than number sequences. In Godot, a current element is stored in the loop variable. When iterating through a dictionary, the index is stored in the loop variable. In Godot, this is what a basic for loop will look like. You have the keyword for, followed by a name for the placeholder, followed by the word in, followed by a range. A range can be anything from an integer to an array to even a dictionary. No matter what, the range is what determines how many times we're going to run the code inside the block statement. This is what a for loop looks like with
Okay. So for block index, so I guess this is defining this here because I don't see block index defined anywhere else before this. It says it's a placeholder. And then it's in? Why is this syntax so bizarre? In number of blocks. So that's, again, well, this is number of terrain blocks. Oh, so that's not even defined elsewhere either. Oh, no, it is here. Number of blocks right up here. And that's an integer. So maybe that's the argument that you're talking about? So you see in the function definition, line 30, inside the parentheses, it says it needs an int, and it gives it a name. If you don't provide it when calling the function, it'll give you an error. That's interesting. I mean, why not just say, like I'm obviously, I don't expect this would work, but like, why not just be able to say, like, keep init blocks here, and then have this be that, right? Since we already have number of terrain blocks defined up here as 4. I wonder, you know, what the advantage of having the argument up here is. I mean, obviously it is very much expecting me to put something in here. I don't even know. I just don't even know what you would put in. Apparently I must put something in here. Like, I guess in theory I could put a number 4. Oh, interesting. Having it this way, it makes the function more dynamic, so you can use it with any number you plug in, instead of it being usable in one situation only. Oh. For x and y, it means each iteration of the loop sets a variable x to represent the index in the array y. Oof. That sentence, unfortunately, goes over my head. I'm here for it. For x and y, it means each iteration of the loop, so that loop is going to play, in this case, 4 times. It'll set a variable x, that is to say, the x defined in the for statement, to represent the index in the array y. All right, let me undo this so it goes back to the way it was. So that makes sense to me, Psychonic, that this terrain blocks, by having number of blocks here, and I guess by defining it here, we can then use it throughout. Okay, I think I understand it, but then maybe like in a different function, right? So then we can, I guess I understand. It's about, I guess, dividing up these labels so that way they can be like used all over the place. So like we can come into a different function and maybe we can see that number of terrain somewhere, maybe. I don't know. Okay, all right. Oh, here's number of, oh, that's for the same one. Okay. Oh no, this one's, there's number, wait, no, this is the same thing. Okay, just kidding. Terrain blocks, yeah, I don't really see it anywhere else. But I guess in theory, if you wanted to use it somewhere else, by having it set up that way, you now can. Okay. For X, Y means each iteration set a variable to represent the index in the array Y. So if this is the array Y, the number of blocks right here. Okay. And we set up arrays up here. Terrain blocks, terrain belt. But I feel like when you say the word array, you mean something different, like the array relative to the for loop? I don't know. I'm trying. We'll get there. Okay, so the for loop is just saying repeat this logic, block index 4 times. Now, what is block index? Because block index must be defining something that wasn't defined anywhere else. And somewhere we have to be updating that information. This might be some functionality of Python that a for loop used on an index means it iterates. Used on an integer. Oh, I see. This might be some functionality of Python that a for loop used on an integer means it iterates over numbers instead. Right, yeah, I've heard I should look at Python for learning GDScript, that it's like extremely similar. First run block index equals 0. Next run block index equals 1, up until it hits number of blocks. Oh. Right, so then here it says if block index is set to 0, block position Z is block mesh size Y divided by 2. Mesh size. Oh, so I guess this is figuring out, like, where to place them. This is quite interesting. So the for loop will define the variable block index for you. Okay. That's kind of what I was wondering. Okay. And it'll then iterate number of blocks times and run the code under the loop every time. Interesting. And then we can refer to this evidently, but it has to be within here, right? So I can't, so block index doesn't exist out here. I couldn't like say block, I couldn't say like if, like outside of this indentation, if block index is set to 1, you know, I don't know, print happy. Like it's not going to do that because it's defined only, this block index is only defined within here, right? Or something like that. I mean, obviously this is set up all wrong anyway, but I think you see what I'm asking. Correct. Okay. If block's index set to 0 is probably a reset. Right. So if it goes to 0, it's like restarting it. And then it's saying variable block equals terrain blocks, pick random. Now that is a Godot. There's a Godot function. Okay, cool. Returns a random value from the target array. Oh, interesting. So the 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. This is very interesting. This is hard. I find this hard, but very interesting. And then we have the instantiate, which is not coming up as a documentation thing. So it's setting a variable within the function called block. And block means terrain blocks, which is, I don't really know what that is. Oh, that's up here. Oh, okay. So this is referencing to this variable up here, the array, the like empty array. So within the for loop, we have the block variable that looks at the array. And within the array, it picks a random value and then instantiate. I don't fully understand that part. Like, is that part of this somehow? I don't really know where the instantiate comes from, but it's something. If block index is set to 0. So now that we've defined block index, I still don't really understand how it knows. I mean, block index is going to be 0, but it's going to know to update block index to be 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then block position z equals block mesh size. So it is going to look at the size of that terrain piece in there. Okay. It's crazy. I find this so complicated. It auto increments block index. It auto increments it. Okay. I'm not sure how it does that. But I believe you. But I believe you. It's a feature of all C-based languages. Okay. So that's only if it's set to 0. If it's not set to 0, it's going to append to far edge terrain belt, which was defined up here, as a separate array that specifically is mesh instance 3D. So it only is going to be looking for mesh instance 3D in this array. Append to far edge, terrain belt. And then it's going to, oh, okay. So this is where it's going to start, well, block index -1, block. Append to far edge, wow. Terrain belt. So this is a function. Is this creating a function within a function? No. This must be another function that it's referencing. Oh, it is. Oh. So it is like instantiating this function. So it's saying, okay, if it's not 0, if the block, so it'll pick, oh, okay, I see. So it's going to pick the random number. I gotta pick it apart until it makes sense. I have to. So it's gonna pick a random number. If it's 0, it's gonna put the block position at block mesh size y divided by 2. If it's not 0, so that is to say, I guess when it picks the random number, it's going to append the terrain block. Well, it's going to run this function. And this function, append to far edge, well, it's interesting because this function has this argument, terrain belt, block index -1, and then block. Add child, block, terrain belt, append block. Man, wow. I really, really wish the tutorial went through it line by line. I wish that so much. Terrain block seems to store the catalog of all your possible terrains. And the belt is like the currently spawn blocks in your world, like in a conveyor belt. You know, I think once I figure out like as much of this as I can, I am just gonna like just stick it in here, update the references, and start breaking it. I think that'll help me understand it a little better. Yeah, I think that makes sense that that's what's happening, of course. So it runs this function. I guess what like my goal is too is I would love to be able to learn this enough someday that in theory I could be problem solving on a blank page and be like, oh, I remember this way of doing it where we did this function that had an argument that was, you know, updating this catalog of things into an array. And, you know, I'd love to be able to learn it to the point where I could recreate it. I don't actually expect that, you know, to happen quickly, but that's kind of like why I like am so intent on understanding it. I want it to be a part of my encyclopedia. It's all persistence and repetition. Thank you for the encouragement, Dissident. Thank you. Yeah, I hope so. Because, you know, that's also, it comes down to, you know, I'm learning the way this person does this, you know? And so it has, like, the flavor of their choices, which is good, but, you know, it can make it more or less confusing sometimes to learn. Append to far edge, terrain belt, block index, -1 block. Okay, so edge out. So I kind of get, like, generally what's happening here. I'm going to just stick this code in. I'm going to stick in this code. I mean, I kind of want to keep looking at these different sections, but overall, I kind of want to start reverse engineering it and like picking it apart. But let me see what else we got here before I do that. Apologies again if the internet wavers and is weird. I did switch to a new ISP recently. I did. I had some internet problems before, where the bitrate would tank and go back up. It's not tanking as much as it used to, but it isn't going as high as it used to. So I don't really know what that is. I'm going to talk to the new ISP, see if I can figure it out. Another little thing, just to keep everybody caught up, I am prototyping a new game in Godot. I am new to Godot, so I have a lot to learn. This is a rough little sketch I threw together that kind of is like what I envisioned the game being, like kind of an infinite runner where you are this alien who has these limbs that can be destroyed by obstacles that hit it. So whether it's bullets or something flying in the sky or a building, and you're invading Earth as this alien to collect meat to send back to your home planet. And the meat will also regenerate your limbs. If your limbs are injured, collecting meat won't go to your home planet. It'll just regenerate your limbs. So you have to have all your health, and then you can start collecting a score. That's kind of the idea. That might change at some point, but that's the idea for now. And I made a very rough model in WOMP 3D. It is rough as can be. We've got ability to move back and forth. We can even move forward. Very simple. That's already built into Godot for us. And now what I'm trying to set up is I'm looking at a script somebody wrote for an endless runner in Godot, which will take like this section you see with these 3 blocks, and it'll repeat it and have it flying past the character constantly like a conveyor belt. I have a lot to learn with this type of script stuff, so I'm just meticulously going through the script, trying to learn it a little bit, and then pretty soon here, I just want to try to just get it implemented and then see if I can reverse engineer it to understand it a little better. Or maybe I just embrace the copy pasta of it all and just say, you know what? It works. I think having like a general knowledge of how it works will be kind of good enough, because if I do have a problem or I need to add something or change something, if I have that rough idea, I'll kind of know what I want to poke around at. But yeah, all right. So let's see if we can get this endless runner set up here. So this is the block for loop that keeps it, the conveyor belt going. It instantiates this function where it appends each section to the end. It adds a child to the block, and then on the terrain belt, it appends the block. All right, that all kind of makes some sense to me. I haven't seen this before, where we have like a function. Oh, so this is adds a child node. Oh, interesting. So that's like a built-in function. Oh, so I guess the underscore is how you can tell that it's a custom function. Okay, understood. And then this is a built-in function that adds a child block. And the block is defined as the array. I see. So it's adding a child to the array. A little confusing, but I kind of understand it. We have this progress terrain. This is on delta time. It's got a for loop, for block in terrain belt. Now, I guess this is now creating another variable. This is not the same block. I don't know. It is popping up over here. But I'm guessing this is technically a different block than the block we are seeing over here. But maybe I'm wrong about that. So, terrain belt is the loop number in this for loop. And oh man, it gets confusing. It's hard to read it. It's really hard to read it. I think in GDScript, the underscore is a standard to show that the function shouldn't be called from outside the script. Oh, okay. You believe in me? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. What this looks like is it basically picks a random block from your catalog. If it's the first one, index 0 in the belt, it'll spawn it at the front. Oh, otherwise it'll append it at the bottom of the belt. Interesting. If it's the first one in the belt, it'll spawn it at the front. That's interesting. Otherwise, it'll append it at the end of the belt. So it's assigning, it's picking a random one. It could be block, 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Right? That kind of confused me for a second, because we have these terrain blocks numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not what this is saying with index 0. Index 0 is creating, it's like saying, hey, we have an empty array. By default, 0 is first. And so it might apply terrain block 2 or terrain block 4 or terrain block 0 to the index 0, because it's just now started in this array. I wonder if too, because, so then if it defines it as 4, right? If it defines number of terrain blocks as 4, then once it gets past 4 and gets to 5, it'll probably reset to 0, and it's picking these random values. Or not, it's not actually picking random values. It's randomly picking one of these scenes in here, and it's assigning it to 0 through 4 in the number of terrain blocks. And inevitably, it's going to get back to 0? Am I understanding that? Interesting. Progress terrain. So this is like progress terrain is what it's saying. If terrain belt is 0, position Z, create a variable within this function. Last terrain equals terrain belt minus 1. First terrain equals terrain belt. Pop front. Pop front. That is an actual Godot function. Removes and returns. What? Pop front. That's a good one to learn. Okay. Removes and returns the first element of the array. Returns null if the array is empty, without printing an error message. Also see pop back. Cool. Note on large arrays, this method is much slower than pop back, as it will re-index all the array's elements every time it's called. The larger the array, the slower pop front will be. Interesting. Progress terrain sounds like medication. It does? Progress terrain. Progress terrain. Oh, it does! Like progesterone or something. Progesterone. Okay, very interesting. So it will remove and return the first element of the array. So it's so this is creating. So we have this logic creating. So they have an empty array. It's adding things to it, and then it once. So it's like, okay, I'm just trying to visualize it here. Let me do Canva because that'll let me be a little fancier with it. Just give me a blank design, please. Sure, YouTube thumbnail. Why not? So I'm just sketching this out. Can we close Blender? I just feel like we should close Blender. I'm just like, this is loading slowly. So if we have these shapes, okay. This is like the terrain blocks. And so there's 4 terrain blocks. Give them a little border. What it's doing, I mean, at first, the array is empty. There's nothing there. And then I guess what it's doing is it's adding them on here. And it will remove the first one. And I would assume sticks it on the end. Except, I think they actually had shown this in the video, now that I think about it. They put this right in here. Yeah, right here.
The controller will delete that block, and it will randomly...
So this is the random ones that it's choosing from. Oh, cool. Oh, let me watch this again. This is helpful.
Here's a diagram just to help out show what the terrain controller is doing. So in this perspective, we're looking down on the player. The z-axis is going this way. So the player's looking out in this direction. Here's our terrain blocks that we'll have that are under control by the terrain controller. It's moving them towards the player. And then down here is sort of the reservoir of blocks, the catalog of blocks that we can pull into the scene as we need to replace them. This terrain starts to move towards the player. Eventually, a block will be behind the player to where the player can't see it. So at that point, the controller will delete that block, and it will randomly pick another block to grab here and then place
pop front
at the far horizon for the player. So the player they'll lose sight of this block.
So that's the pop front when it goes away. And then I guess something would have to replace it. Maybe that's this add child append here. All right. It's interesting, like the repetition, right? Seeing append to far edge here. It gets a little confusing seeing append to far edge, add child block, terrain belt, all this here. And then that's also defined right here. Append to far edge, add child. And then it's also here. Somehow that confuses me, but I'm not saying it should. You tried to pause the video by clicking on the stream. I have done that. I have definitely done that. It's too meta. It's too meta. Come on, ChatGPT. When are you going to let me interact with the live stream through live stream? That's real. That's real technology right there. I don't know why I said ChatGPT. Okay, and then there's the append to far edge function, which is just kind of finding the position. Streamception, right? Exactly. That would be the ultimate. If YouTube could develop streamception, then Twitch would be toast. Toast, I tell you. It's actually not a bad idea for a streaming platform. To have a streaming platform that offers all of the like interactivity between the broadcast software and the viewer, that would be a very attractive streaming platform. Because as it is now, you know, streamers have to set up all this interactivity stuff. But I mean, clicking on the video, how cool would that be? Like, viewers could literally like click on themselves, like represent themselves in here and move themselves around. That would be nuts. Sounds complicated. Anyway, function load terrain scenes, and then this is Loading terrain block scene. I wish this was commented too. I just wish I had more explanations, but it's fun to learn. So this is for it. This is how it's finding the files. I love how I don't have to, like, this code is really well made, right? Because I don't have to actually update any references in here. I don't. All I have to do is just tell it where the path is, and it's going to just know to work. I mean, this is borderline a plugin. Which is really cool. Instantly modulars. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Immediately I see the problems with that. Right? Because you could just click in here and just like do stuff. Yeah, that would be dangerous. That would be pretty dangerous. All right. Maybe a security issue there. It would have to be limited functionality. Oh, that seems exploitable. Okay. Bad idea. Bad idea. All right. I'm just gonna, I tell you what, I'm gonna not do much more line by lining here. In the one I set up, I got up to the end of the variables, and let's just paste the rest in, and let's just see it work. Let's just see it work. Just let it happen. Oh, terrain blocks with an S. There we go. There's no way it just works, right? It doesn't just work, right? Not as if the function instantiate. You know, I kind of thought it seemed weird. I thought that seemed weird. Because I couldn't look it up. Well, now I feel super smart for identifying it as a potential problem. Oh God, this looks horrifying. All right. So how old is this tutorial? It's not that old. Maybe instantiate was removed. Let's look in the comments. But I'm not necessarily seeing anyone else hit that yet. Having trouble. I followed the code. When playing the game, it keeps glitching forward. I'm really just looking for that error. Instantiate. It doesn't know about instantiate. I did notice that it didn't have. I wonder if it like changed between versions or something. You know? Instantiate is there. You can look it up in the docs. I was just noticing that if I hold control, right, and I hover over, you know, a function, right? So this one, pick random, we get documentation about it. But this one, when I hover it, nothing happens. Which makes me think the error means that the thing that's calling instantiate is invalid. Oh, so the result of pick random is invalid somehow. Oh. So maybe it has something to do with my directory. Because I also added other things in the directory, which I probably shouldn't do. All right, I'm afraid of choices I'm about to make. Because I might be changing dependencies, which it never likes. I'm going to get rid of the terrain from the main scene. I'm going to remove it for now. So the terrain won't be there. Possibly. Could you maybe print terrain blocks after the inits in ready and see if it stores your blocks? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. No, Honestly, Psychonic Joe, I don't know how to. I don't really know. I feel like I should put. Maybe I should change it to hyper backseat dev. Literally, backseating is deeply welcome. Because you know, if I wanna ignore what you say, that's up to me. But your mindfulness is appreciated. But I also don't mind at all. All right, let me get this terrain out of here, and then I'm going to, cause I'm such a noob, you know. It's helpful. So I removed that from here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a folder within the terrain folder, and we'll call it terrain blocks. And then I'm gonna move all the terrain scenes into that folder. And hopefully we haven't caused any chaos. But it's possible. It's possible chaos has been caused. So then I'm going to drag this in here as the block's path. Oh, this is the example script. Come to our version of it. And I think we can probably just do / terrain blocks. And see where that gets us. Hey! I honestly, the only reason I was able to figure that out is because of you, Psychonic. Like that you said, I think the error means that the thing that's calling instantiate is invalid. Like that. That is not something that I would have easily been able to figure out. I think that's kind of just getting used to using Godot. Because I see that a lot in the chat where like someone will be like, oh, that error doesn't mean exactly what it says. It means that that particular error is happening because of something else in like the chain. And that always like confuses me at first. I'm just like, oh, this is a problem because of what it says. But the problem isn't necessarily because of what it's talking about. It's what is implied by what it's talking about or something. That was all me. A little bit. It was a little me. It was a little me. Okay, we do have some problems here. I will say we do have some problems here. For example, we do have like a gap. That's probably happening on that index 0, I'm guessing. But that's not really the biggest issue I'm seeing here. The biggest issue I'm seeing here is our character is gone. Our character is not there anymore. What has happened to our character? I'm not sure. I think our character... Oh, our character must be getting pushed back. That's what's happening. Our character is getting carried away by the blocks. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. No problems. Let's go. Oh, shoot. Dang, that carries you away quick. Wow. All right. I was like, what is the problem here? Great. Well, that was... I mean, look, I didn't code anything, all right? I coded nothing. I learned a few things. This day was so much progress. I know. Look, man, I mean, come on, though. Like, I copy-pasted that. Dissident knows. That's what I did. But, I mean, it feels like something, right? And, like, now it comes down to setting up, you know, what happens when the collisions occur. It's very interesting. I'm not sure what's with that gap, though. I don't know if I saw that in the example. I kind of like that you can move forward and backward, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. We can make it make sense, right? We can say that your legs start moving faster if you move forward and back. I kind of like that like granularity. It gives it more of that shoot 'em up. It feels like a shmup, right? I feel like this is definitely giving shmup. Especially if you're gonna have like a projectile grabber arm that you can fling out at things. The speed is ridiculous. I think we can change it right here with this float. So if I make this 5, it should be a lot slower. And it is. Psychonic says, to have copy pasta work with such little problem is truly a blessing. All right, let's count them. Let's count those blessings. Amen. Hallelujah. Yeah, dang. It's hard. I don't have my normal chat up here because my internet is being rude. But I'm trying. I like having the chat up at the same time. All right, there we go. It's interesting. It's nice to be able to just tool around in here. I feel like it's colliding with the arms. Oh no, it's not. Collision is definitely funky. I get a little stuck sometimes on it, but it's not bad. It's really not bad. You know, there's things to the controls that I'd like to change. Like if I bring up this input here. Oh, because we don't have WASD mapped. Let me get WASD mapped. That's always a nice thing just to set up. And then there's that little gap, which would be nice to figure out. All right, let me hit a save. I'm so overwhelmed with possibilities now. It's like, okay, all right. Wow, this is something like a game here. Input map, so built-in actions, UI left. I don't know why it doesn't default WASD. I'm sure you have your reasons. Let's add, and that's F, which is never been in WASD. Up, W, and then down, S. All right. But, you know, I can be a little nitpicky about controls sometimes. So, like, you know, if I'm going left, if I'm going right, and then I press the left button, I like to see things, it just stops you. I'd like to see it override it. That would be something I'd like to change. Again, we're just looking at the default Godot stuff here. That's pretty much it, I guess. It feels like it's not that responsive. I don't know if that's like a physics process thing. But like all the times I'm spamming it here, you see it like doesn't always pick up on it and like kind of misses them sometimes. So like that's some little stuff that I'd want to try and fix. And then I think since this is what we've been working on, I'd like to see how this gap can be closed and why it's not starting out in the right position. I wonder, wow, very cool. Very exciting. I would like to see if it is that way in the video.
Load the player. We should be able to play, so let's go and try. See if we've done anything right.
Or if there's
There we go.
something
And
we need to get
we have
in.
movement from that movement controller script we saw. The thing we'll see here, though, is if we hit someone, it affects our velocity, and then the train starts to kind of fall behind the train duration. In this one, we're just going to make that the in-game state.
I wonder if it's because we're hitting the things, if that's why. So what if I turn off the collision on the alien body? So now we've learned, thank you for teaching me that. I want to say, oh shoot, was it Psychonic who taught me that? Make this disabled, and then if we hit play, we should have no collision anymore. Okay, we still have collision. That didn't make the collision go away at all. I'm a little surprised by that. Why didn't that make the collision go away? That was Psycho. Okay, thank you. You guys have such similar names. Thank you, Psycho Ocelot. And thank you for keeping tabs on that. Why did that not... Change the collision, though. That's, like, kind of weird. Do I still have collision? Oh, I also should get rid of the old alien, by the way. Let me just put that in the garbage. Just in case that still had some collision. I don't think so, though. I'm surprised that the collision works if all of these are off. I mean, I guess I could also make them invisible. But I guess what I want to see is if it doesn't collide anymore, will that gap not appear? Maybe I can get out of the way just in time. Okay, so that gap is related to if we bump it. Oh, no, it's not. No, because look, that I feel like that's when the index restarts. It's adding that little bump in there. I wonder if we're like colliding with it on our feet, because whenever I hit it, see the character bumps up a little bit. So I wonder if the collision problem is happening down here. Oh, there we just went down. That's interesting. It's a weird little problem. Actually, maybe now it's not happening. Maybe one of the terrain blocks is misaligned somehow. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I think it repeats in the exact same block every time. Right. It seems like sometimes it goes more than 4. So there's the bump up. Yeah, maybe one's misaligned. I hope so. That would be kind of the easiest. There we just went down. Yeah, maybe you're right. So this one has the 3. They're all on the bottom. I don't know which one that is. Oh, and you had said earlier about printing. I wonder if we could also print out which terrain is in which order. That could be helpful. I'm also still shocked by the fact that the collision isn't stopping. Like, I guess, what if I just keep the collision turned off all the time? Like, apparently it doesn't matter. This is still automatically imported? Oh. I didn't realize that. Really? I didn't realize that was automatically imported. Okay. I'm a little confused by that. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. I thought we did that. Alien 2.1? Oh, I see. Because it doesn't have an actual scene for itself. I gotcha. So then we would drag this in here like that. Get rid of that. Okay. But then if I look on the instance, these don't have collision. They do have, they are on layer 1. So I wonder if that's why. If because these instances are on layer 1. I feel like that doesn't make a lot of sense. But it might make a little sense. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Now I'm itty bitty. What? Why so tiny? Why so tiny? What? What in the world? Okay. Maybe this was this the size it was supposed to be all along? Remember, because it was kind of, it seemed like it was kind of too big anyway. And maybe I just needed to like re-import it for it to be its correct true size. And this is its true size. Oh my god, it's so small. It's so small. It's kind of cute. The re-import refreshed it. I'm a little surprised, because then these blocks aren't, you know, the default size, right? And look how small the model is compared to that size. But I mean, I'm gonna want to edit it eventually, so I mean, I need to do that. I guess I could, I mean, if I try to resize it here, like, that's a mistake, right? Gosh, now all the collision sizes are gonna be off again. Ugh. But it's weird because the collision seems to actually scale. How odd. Because, see, oh. So, look, the character body 3D has a scale of 0.1. That's probably the problem right there. That would probably be the problem. Yeah, I think that would be the problem. Whoa. Whoa. What the heck? What the heck? I guess the collision is floating below it. Collision will scale as well. Oh man. Okay. All right. All right. Fine. You know what? Mistakes were bound to be made. They were destined to be made. Okay, well, here's what I could do. Okay, scale it back down to small. This will something. What if I drag all of these outside and then scale the character body back to 1 and then put the collisions back in there? Nice. Perfecto. Let's go. All right. Ooh, that was close, man. I don't know what was... I was not looking forward to redoing all that. All right. You are a genius. Look, I may not be very good with code yet. But your girl knows her way around a GUI. All right? I'm just saying. I'm just... Oh, man. It's funny problems. Okay, so we still have that weird lip issue. Let's see if one of those are in a different position. So, I don't know how I'm going to determine that. I guess I could just look over here on the Y. Is Godot a Y axis type of program? Okay, it is. 0.058. On this one, oh, it's a little different. That's a negative 0.014. This one, yep, that was it. Negative 0.014. What if, can we just do 0? What do you think about that, Godot? How about just a good old-fashioned 0? Good old origin position. Can you reset them all? Oh, right, because they all are just like barely. Why is Z on -8? Oh, we do want this one. Actually, we do want the Z axis to be a little in front. So, but the X, yeah, we should do them all to 0. Can you reset them all to 0? I don't know if there is like a way to like do it quickly, but certainly. I guess like no, because they're all in separate scenes, so it would be hard to select each one. So I think you have to go to each one manually. So I'm gonna just do this. Did I say manually? Manually. And then I'm gonna set these to -8. Just an even -8. Open up each scene, and apparently we just need to universalize this a little bit. 0, 0, and -8. Same thing. 0, 0, and -8. And finally, this one, 0, 0, -8. So I think the tutorial is going to help us fix that weird problem that happens when we collide. But at least now, it shouldn't have that little gap for no reason. Beautiful. Beautiful! It's perfect. It's perfect. Dang. Look at that. So you can see it adding in the back, which makes sense. You know, we could always have fog or something, you know, for that. And then I almost feel like we might just want to adjust the camera or something so you don't see that happening, or pull them back a little further. So maybe instead of -8, we could say like let's just try -7. A little tedious to have to go into each one. I mean, it's funny because I think about code, right? Like the stuff we were just learning about setting, you know, a variable that, you know, nested in a variable, so that way you can kind of change one thing. Not hard coding. You know, I wish I could find more ways to not hard code things like this. So that could be, I'm sure there is a way, but I guess we could just use like a script to do it. Would probably be a way to do it. It kind of doesn't matter, but all right, let's see. Oh no, it's still doing it. So actually that might still happen, even if we push it back a little bit. I think you can just move the terrain control node back a bit. Oh, because in the copy pasta, it said it deletes it when it gets past the node. Right. Right. You're right. It did. So that terrain controller. Oh, I wasn't sure what it was referring to, but that would make sense that it would be that which the script is attached. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think. Probably. Probably beautiful. I thought I saw a little flash of something, but maybe I was just imagining it. I think that looks pretty good. Do we still have the collision issue? No. 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 This looks fantastic. This looks fabulous. You know, besides seeing them add on in the back, but I mean, again, adding some fog or something should resolve that. Or we could extend it, right, to do more than 4. Now that, okay, so now that's the other thing I wanted to do, was play around with the code a little. You know, what if I change a little here or there? Oh, Control W doesn't close stuff? Okay. All right. So what if, just what if, we'll play around with this code just a little bit. And we say instead of 4 terrain blocks is 8. Nice. It just works. Todd Howard, let's go. Wow, you can still see it. It just pushes the horizon back a little bit. Look at that. Look how far you can go. That's way too far. Players should not be able to move that far forward. That's a little ridiculous. We gotta cap the player speed there somehow. I actually don't think the player should be able to move forward and backward. I actually, you know, just like, if anything, right? If you move forward and backward, what would make more sense is if the float value for the speed of it changes. I think that makes more sense. Is that the entire level change? Let's set that up. Let's set that up. Yeah, it's perfect. That seems kind of fun to do. So for that, we have the terrain velocity. I might need to set up like an auto load or something to make this work right. Maybe. How we doing on time? Oh, we doing good on time. We got some time. So, the player script is here on the character. We have right now input get vector. This requires 4, right? Input get vector. If I try to remove up and down, I believe this is going to give me an error. Yeah, because it needs 4 in here. Now, I think actually in this video we copy-pasted. They at least show us the script for a second. And there it's...
on the more detail of building a character controller, so I'll put a link to that in the description below. Then we...
Oh, there's a link to it. But maybe we could just turn it off. You can use get access instead. Ooh, thank you. That makes sense. Right, and access is 2. Will that just work? Will that really just work? And then get rid of up, down. Nice. Let's see. Ooh. Invalid get index x on base float. So it's now it's looking for something different because it's saying vector 3. So I guess we just have to change this other stuff. But I'm not sure how. I guess I need to look at get access. Get access input by specifying 2 actions, 1 negative and 1 positive. Whereas what it was, I knew it would have to cause some kind of problem. But it's interesting to see what. So get vector, gets an input vector by specifying 4 actions for positive and negative y and x and y. Oh, so it probably because it's doing x and y. I see. So if I come back to this player script here, let's keep it access. We just want to say, here's input direction x, input direction y. I don't know if do we even need to normalize. Returns the result of scaling the vector unit to unit length. I have no idea. No idea. But at the very least, we'd probably want to get rid of... Well, this is doing vector 3, though. And it's got this 0, x, y, z. So maybe we don't even want this line here at all. Maybe we just obliterate this entire line. Seems a little risky. Now input direction is a float instead of a vector, so it doesn't have an x or y value. It's a single value, right? And I guess it shouldn't be vector 3 either. Transform basis times vector 3. I mean, could I just say times input direction x? I mean, but how does it know that that's x? You know? Oh, but it's still the float problem. Oh yeah, I definitely don't know what I'm doing. But like, what if I just like get rid of that whole line? Is that like a terrible idea? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because there's no... Wait. Yeah, terrible idea. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Just terrible. It'll still be a vector 3, but you'll plug in input direction as a whole in the x part and leave the rest as 0. Oh. Clearly, I have a lot more to understand about vectors in Godot. And then we still have to make it... You plug in input direction as a whole in the x part. So not a float. How do I tell it to be a whole? Is what I don't know. So do we just not say X? Oh yeah, that was it. Oh, let's go. Oh, so that was making it a float? Was that dot X? Nuh-uh. Really? It definitely works. W and D, or W and S, are doing nothing. I didn't realize that the dot X, dot Y, dot Z was making it float. Dot X is a property of vectors, but input direction is a float now, because get axis, so it doesn't have the X value. Oh, I see. Still a little confused what a float has to do with that. Maybe it's just saying it is a float, and that's what I'm having a problem with, is the float. It doesn't matter that it is a float. I'm just letting you know that the float is the problem. Maybe is what it is. Thank you. Thank you. So I do like to keep credits. I forgot about that, but I do like to keep credits for these games. Since this is a fresh project, and I'm going to be working on it for a while, I'd love to be more specific. I'll be more specific. These were people who helped me out with the last one, which, to be honest, I feel like this list also applies to this game, because these folks helped me know what I know now. This is why backseating is welcome here. Backseating gets you a credit in this game. All right? We're a team. We are a team. Team Hyper Game Dev. Credits. This one is, I'll just say Alien. And then, and then let me just modify it. So we do have from Psycho Ocelot, right? I'm gonna try to be more specific, but it's gonna be tricky. Psycho Ocelot. Tool consultate. Godot consultant. I feel like that's pretty much the credit. Like all the credits are pretty much consultants, right? Free, not freelance, but free. And then Psychonic Joe. Honestly, Dissident, you helped me too. And we're just gonna say coding consultant. Just in general. Just in general. Progigon, I'm sure, gave me some advice somewhere. We'll just say Godot consultant. And there we go. It's born. The credits list is born. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, like, the only way I can make games is if I live stream them. It's the only way. Because I have ADHD. That hyper and hyper game dev is there for a reason. Because I got that hyperactivity. Well, I used to. You kind of grow out of it. But your brain still has it, you know? And for me, like, if I don't live stream my game dev, I am going to procrastinate booting up Godot, booting up Unreal, booting up anything. I'm like never gonna do it. So live streaming is like the only way that I actually sit down and have like a motivation to develop games. So first of all, just live streaming is essential to me making games. And then there's this awesome freaking extra bonus where wonderful people come through here and backseat, as you say. Well, to me, it helps me move forward and learn more. So it's the least I can do. The least I can do is give my thanks in whatever ways I can. So thank you. All right. Now we're only moving in those directions. Now what would be really cool, I guess we could do the same thing too. This is going to be interesting. And so what this code is doing, input get access, UI left, UI right, direction, transform basis. What the heck does that mean? What even is this? Local space transform 3D. Oh, okay. So this is changing the position. It's saying the position transform. Okay, I get you. I get you. And then basis. The basis is a matrix containing 3 vector 3 as its columns x, y, and z. These vectors can be interpreted as the basis vectors of local coordinate system traveling with the object. Okay. All right. To me, there's nothing intuitive about that. Like, sounds true. Sounds true. Don't know how that's intuitive or how that's something that I would just whatever remember. But I guess that is so. By saying basis, we're telling the code that we're manipulating on a local transform x, y, and z. Look for the x, y, and z values to move them in regards to the transform or something. Or like what the transform is, because then it's multiplying that. It's multiplying. Oh, so it's multiplying the transform, the local transform. It's multiplying the local transform x, y, z by the input direction on the x-axis. It's multiplying on y and z by 0. So it's just getting rid of, it's not saying don't do anything to y and z. And then normalized returns the result of scaling the vector to unit length. I feel like I saw some of this in the copy pasta, this v.length stuff. Right? I feel like that was in here. Maybe not. This is what I thought I saw. Mesh.size.y/2. I don't think that's the same thing. I think that's different. Okay, anyway. See in patterns where they don't exist. This function may return incorrect values of the input vector. So I feel like normalized is just something that you understand as an engineer and you just move on. Returns the result of scaling the vector to unit length. I mean, this is like vector math. I think I just don't know what that means. Like in a general sense. What does normalized vector mean? You're inspiring everyone as well. Oh, that's so nice of you to say. You know, I feel weird like asserting like, yeah, this channel is inspiring. But yeah, people say that and it makes me feel good because a part of me is afraid, right? To just come out here and be like, I don't know what I'm doing. Hello. It literally hypes you up to open up Godot and do some work. Okay. Dude, if me flailing can inspire somebody who doesn't flail, let's go. Let's go. All right. Normalize a vector means changing its length to 1 while keeping its direction. The resulting vector is called a unit vector. I don't understand that. You can find some videos about normalization. It basically makes a vector have a value of 1, so it only holds the direction/angle. Okay, but we're changing it. We don't want it to be 1, right? We want it to be input direction times transform basis. And so if we made it 1, then wouldn't that eliminate the change? It describes a vector's direction without regard to its length. So, oh, maybe I understand. Maybe I understand. So it's normalized relative, perhaps, to the input direction times transform basis. And so by doing that, even if it's at position, like when we're moving around, I know this is basic stuff. I know it's basic stuff. If I'm moving around, let me if I can actually, we need to give the players some space before these start hitting them. You know, whether I'm over here or I'm over there, it's normalized because it it isn't checking to see where I am. It's like it it's kind of twists my brain up a little bit, truth be told. We normalize at first, so all the values are uniform, but the direction is still saved. We later multiply it by the move speed. So that way it's not taking in the direction that's being constantly changed, and it's only changing it based on the changes. It's a little confusing to me. But like, I feel like at that point we're just learning trigonometry and not really coding. So interesting. I want to say let's just move on, but I know if I do, I'm like really unlikely to come back to it. Game dev, why do we normalize vectors? Maybe we'll get like a Freya video or something. Vectroid? Why to use normalize in Unity? How to normalize a vector? I knew we'd get Freya. It's a 3-hour video though. I mean, come on now. I'll definitely run the normalization again, so no worries. All right, sold. Sold on moving on. So all right, so there's all this stuff. I don't know that we really need it since we're not doing moving forward and backward. We might be able to trim some of this down. It's saying if direction X, what if I just get rid of the Z here, right? Just get rid of the Z stuff. Since we're not moving another direction, I feel like that doesn't matter. Okay, and then what I want to add in here is if we press forward or backward, it's going to slow down the speed of the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt code is on this terrain controller. So I think I need to make something be an auto load, or I set up that input control in here. Now that's kind of getting into some like, you know, best practices type of behavior, right? Do I want to keep all the input stuff on the character controller, or do I want to divide the input stuff across so I can actually access that information? I feel like I should have a global variable. I've never done this, but I have watched some videos about it. So the thing that I'd want to be accessible, I guess, would be this float value. Or I'd want to set something that modifies the float value. Which is all starting to feel a little outside of my wheelhouse. But I would like to lay good foundation if possible. So let me see. First of all, let me look for that, or get a direct reference of the terrain controller onto the player controller so you can access terrain velocity from inside the player. Oh, that'll work. Get onto the player. I guess that could work, right? So that could work. I see how that could cause problems later down the line, right? And also it raises questions like, why have that on the physics process? I guess that makes sense to have it on the physics process. I guess that makes some sense. So if I make this, right. So wait, let me look at this tutorial that I saw the other day. Godot, was it like global variable? It was like export versus autoload or something. Maybe I put that in a playlist. Let me look at my playlists real quick. I might have set that up somewhere. Very possibly. I should bookmark this playlist. Do I have one video in there? I have 2 videos in there. Message bus. Is that it? Maybe that's it. Oh, Jesus.
Hello, and welcome to Game Gems. Today, we're going to take a deeper dive into the message bus pattern, which was first introduced in my previous video on room transitions. A message bus is a central dispatcher for system-wide signals, which reduces the complexity of object connections in Godot. Stop me if you've heard this before. You're working on a game, and you've created a scene to represent the bad guys. You save this scene so that you can drop it into your levels, but now you have to connect its signals, and maybe have it connect to other signals from your game. But those signals come from somewhere else in the hierarchy, and since your scene is in its own tree and not directly part of your game, you can't just click on them in the editor and connect them normally. You could just walk up the tree and call find node or connect them to the script and a bunch of other ways around this, but that's complex and prone to errors, and if you later move any of the nodes you've connected to, now all your paths are broken. This, among other reasons, is why a message bus is extremely useful. So let's create one and watch the magic. First, create a script somewhere in your project's asset folder. Call it whatever you like. I tend to call mine Messenger because I'm boring. Next, open your project settings and select
I'm
the
gonna
autoload
do
tab.
this.
Select the script
I'm feeling confident today. So we're gonna just make a new script. We're just gonna make a new script. And we're gonna call it, I'm gonna put this in, see, we got player folder, terrain folder, like game manager folder, management, I don't know. Management folder. That's what it's gonna be called right now. Psychonic says go for it. All right, let's try it. Let's create a new, because like a part of me wants to say best practices are sometimes better ignored if it's going to hold one back from moving forward, but I don't think it will hold me back right now. We'll call it Messenger. Okay. Here we go.
you just created and add it to the like. I tend to call mine Messenger because I'm boring. Next, open your project settings and select the autoloads tab. Select the script you just created.
All right, it's auto load time. This has been a long time coming. And then we want to add the script that we just created in management, messenger, add it, done.
And add it to the list of autoloaded scripts. Close the dialog and go back to your project. What did we just do? An autoloaded script gets instantiated as a node attached to the root of your scene tree. It's outside of your scene.
Oh, nice. Where is it? Ooh. I believe you. Oh, he was just saying that that's true, like, in theory. It's not actually visible in here. We can't actually see it, I guess. We just know that it's there. It's there. You can't see it. But it is there. Interestingly, we don't have the right reference for it. Oh, because they have to go to remote. I see. Oh, I see. So we have to run it and then hit remote. Oh, I still don't see it. Okay. All right. Well, I believe you.
Tree though, so even if you change your game's root scene, it won't go away. This makes autoload super useful for storing data that needs to be accessible anywhere in any script. See where I'm going with this?
Do I need to, maybe I need to set it to root? Unindent that first line. Whoa. Why would that be indented? Why would I have done that? I guess I just did that on accident. But that's still not going to make it appear in remote. Oh, it does! Oh, let's go! There it is! Yes! Okay, cool. Nice. So now it can be accessed elsewhere because it isn't bound in these hierarchies. Thank you, Psychonic. I missed that. Oh man, those are little things that are hard for me to catch. Those are little things that are, I need to like start, when I see like an error there, I have to not assume what it is. I mean, it probably said it, and I just didn't read the error. Unexpected indent. Yeah, I should have just read that. So glad to have people here helping me.
If not, what this means is that any signals attached to this node are available to any object in the game, regardless of what scene file they're in, without you having to search for them. Let's take a look at an example. I've added a signal called Hello World to the messenger class and deleted all the boilerplate code. Now, let's look at this sample project. I've got a base game scene and an enemy scene, and that enemy scene is saved in its own file. The enemy scene wants to respond when the Hello World signal. Let's take a look at an example. I've added a signal called Hello World to the messenger class and deleted all the boilerplate code. Now, let's look at this sample project. I've got a base game scene and an enemy scene, and that enemy scene is saved in its own file. The enemy scene wants to respond when the Hello World signal is sent, so let's connect it. In the
enemy
method, I'll connect the
scene
signal to a method called
wants to respond.
its own file. The enemy scene wants to respond when the Hello World signal is sent.
When the Hello World signal is sent.
So let's connect it. In the enemy's ready method, I'll connect the signal to a method.
So it's referencing the messenger. And it's connecting the signal hello_world.
Method called say hello. We'll define it in a second. Next, I'll simply create that function and print a message to the console. Finally, I'll add a line in the ready function of the game scene to emit the signal from the messenger. When I run my game, the message is printed to the console as expected. As you can see, removing the need to connect objects to one another directly can be a very useful thing. But are there any limitations? Well, yes. Like everything else in game development, it's a design pattern with pros and cons, and you'll need to evaluate them to see if they're right for your game's architecture. The main limitation is that since all the messages are coming from the same node, there's no way to tell what node initially triggered the signal to fire. We can get around this by passing the node as the origin of the signal. The other limitation is that, since all signals are routed through the messenger, it's pretty easy for the number of signals to get out of hand, especially if you have a complex UI. I like to put signals on the message bus that the game itself needs to know about, like triggering screen transitions or notifications about changes in the player status, and leave things like buttons closing dialogues to the internals of their scene. Learning how to judiciously balance the implementation of your signals is something you'll get more comfortable with as you gain more experience. Before we go, let's...
So maybe judiciously speaking, this is not the right use for this. And maybe we should do what Psychonic was suggesting. Because just what he said there was like, for buttons, I like to have that be the internals. Or be handled on the internals. Maybe we should handle it internally. But we do have our messenger set up if we ever need it. Kind of makes sense. Like I think he's about to show like ammo and health, right? Like that's something throughout the whole game. You're going to want that interface up there and updating from all different places potentially. So that kind of makes sense to have that be above everything else. But I mean, just moving something maybe doesn't really make a lot of sense. All right, we can always change that later. Interesting. So I'm going to say the terrain controller, I'm going to make it a access as unique name. So then in the player script, I can drag this in. If for whatever reason I need to move it around, hopefully everything will be fine. Okay, but wait, what am I doing with it? So what I want to do is I want to say that if we move up or back, or forward or back, up or down, I want to slow down or lower or increase this float value, which I got to kind of think about. What does that gradation look like? I have no idea. That's going to be interesting. So the variable is terrain velocity. It's currently an exported variable, which means in theory we can change that somewhere else up here. Terrain velocity. And Psychonic says, you'll probably need the messenger later, for example, to announce or broadcast the player dying or pausing the game or whatever. Right. Worth having, maybe not for everything. I was so excited, I just learned about it. I was like, let's try to use it. Maybe, please. So we're going to say if input is action just pressed, or no, get access. I'm going to attempt to use the get access. Interesting that we have variable input direction containing. Is this code what I think it is? This is saying it's an indentation of the is action just pressed function. Oh, I see. So it's physics process. I get so confused by the wrap. I'm not used to the wrapping. It's messing me up. So this is all in the physics process. So a separate line within physics process is variable input direction equals input get axis. And then variable direction equals transform basis all of this. And this if is also part of the physics process. It's not deriving from any of this. Okay. So I guess I would want to say this isn't input direction. This is input like left, right or something. Input X. We could say input X maybe. And then I could change this to input X. Right? And then I'll say variable input Y equals input, ooh, side. I like that too. I may well choose that. See, this is what I mean. The backseat coding doesn't bother me. Because I just be like, maybe I not do this. But I like that you suggested something. I would say 6 times out of 10, I end up going back to what somebody suggested. Input get access. And then we say UI up and UI down. And then we want to do, I don't think we need, I mean, I guess I do kind of want to normalize it. But that's not, do I? Is this really what I want to do? Do I really want to be normalizing? Oh, I zoomed on it. How did I do that? How did I just zoom? I mean, I know how to zoom, but I don't know how I just did it just then. Okay, whatever. Zooming the, like, editor in Godot is the slowest thing. Okay, we have done something quite accidentally here. I don't know what's happened. I've pressed too many keys. What did I break? Okay, here we go. Okay, now we're getting back to it. All right, anyway, sorry. Oh, I pasted it. I Oh, I'm pressing, oh God. I think I wasn't pressing Control Z. One of y'all saw that. I wasn't pressing the right buttons. Okay, UI down. Now we're good. Okay, you're good. Don't break it. So I'm gonna copy the direction stuff, which I have no idea if this is the right thing, but I don't really care. We want to say this is input Y this time. And instead of variable direction, we could say variable direction X. If direction X, direction Y. And then as far as the if else goes, I have no idea what I'd want to put in here. I guess we could say if else, like it would be the default, right? 5. I mean, I would hate to say 5 because then that's kind of hard coding that value in. So I kind of need to establish what that value would be. I'm rapidly approaching messiness. And I know that. And I know that. But I seem committed to doing it anyway. Why is this an error? Identify, oh, direction. Oh, right. So we want to say direction Y. It's a little messy. You know it is. I think you don't need to normalize it, but it should return the same results anyways. Oh. Oh, because it's not like a 3D space issue. It's just like the float value that we're just modifying, maybe is what you're saying. I wasn't sure if like the axis itself, like because we're using the axis, that requires it to be normalized, but I guess that makes sense how you wouldn't. All right. Let's keep in mind that it might need to be chucked. So instead of velocity x equaling all of this, this is where I want to put in the reference. And this is where I risk hard coding. So let me just get rid of this for now. And what I want to say is if direction y, terrain controller, I guess I could, instead of doing it quite like that, well, maybe I'd just do like terrain velocity. Right, because that's going to be, right, we're changing it, but will it keep the default? I guess I want like a constant, right? So I guess I'd want to say variable terrain velocity, or we could say maybe just in all caps, terrain velocity. And that could be 5.0. And I guess I would need to specify that it's a constant. How do you do that? You just say const instead of variable? I don't remember. Or maybe it's like var const or something. How do you define that it's a constant? Okay, const. Yeah, so we do say const. All right. So not variable. That makes sense that it wouldn't be variable. It would be constant. So all caps, terrain velocity, 5.0. So then what I could maybe do. So else, right, that would be the else statement. I think. I don't know. Terrain, or we want to say I don't know if this is how you actually refer to a variable, and I want to say that I know that that's true, because I don't think I can. Oh, can I like drag it like from here into the code? Like if I drag that, so we do have to maybe do double quotes. I'm not sure how to refer. We'll look it up if need be. But I think I would want this to be terrain velocity. And I'd want to say else, I have no idea if this is what work is going to be. Really just winging it here. Set it to the all caps version, which I think, by the way, there is like a shortcut to just make things all caps. But we'll just... Dude, there's no way this works. And then otherwise, I would want to set terrain velocity to terrain velocity times times the vector. Well, here we have speed. What is speed? Oh, that's the constant up here. What? Dude, I gotta be making mistakes here. Direction Y. So I guess we'd want to say... I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Direction Y X times speed. Oh man. This has got to be a mess, right? This has to be a mess. Albeska says, I think that if the axis input is analog, you normalize the result to move at a fixed speed instead of proportionally to the controller stick displacement. That sounds like truth. Thoughty says, length of vec2, 1, 1, isn't 1. This is the reason of normalizing, because direction vector length wouldn't be 1. Interesting. Albeska agrees, if you use 2 axis of movement, you have to normalize to avoid strafe running. Oh. Interesting. I understand that what you're saying would be true. Psychonic says, I'm actually not sure, but the script is technically controlling 2 different things on each axis, so maybe it shouldn't be normalized? Right. So, like, if there's only one direction, maybe it doesn't matter? Try it? Dude, there's no way it works. Alright, here we go. We can move left and right. Let's move forward and back. I'm scared. I haven't done it yet. Because I'm too afraid. It's probably just going to do nothing or crash. Here we go. What? That was forward. What? I mean, that kind of worked. Okay, let's try this. Before I start fixing it, what if I say, print, so let me come, do we have like just a process here? I don't think we have a process here. I guess we could just do physics process, and that would be fine. Maybe. Print terrain velocity. And maybe we could get some information on how that's changing. So there it's 5. Let me pull up that zoom. So there it's 5 constantly. I need to not be getting shoved off the level, ideally. I gotta change that so it takes a minute before you start getting shoved. Okay. There I am. Oh man, the exponentiality. Now it is returning it back to 5. So that's cool. That's good and cool. But like when I start moving it, it goes way too high, too fast. And so I think we have an exponential growth problem here. Feature, not a bug. Super speed power up. I'm serious, you go so fast, you literally destroy the world. Okay, so let's say that the speed should not be delta. Delta. We need delta time. So instead of times speed times delta, that can't be what you mean. Something like that. I feel like times speed is at least a problem. At least the time speed part is an issue. Gotta fix that. Getting pushed right away. Oh, interesting. So now that I have it doing delta, I mean, it's basically making it 0, right? Because since the delta is like 0 point something or whatever, I guess. It's basically reducing it down to 0. It starts out a little slow, and then it like, I don't know, something. It's very interesting. Okay, so what if I say, I mean, I know hard coding. Let me just try one. Just let me try it. Let me hard code it. Whoa. So moving forward pretty much makes it stop. And then like it like jitters. Actually, you can't see the jittering for whatever reason. I guess the frame rate is too fast for the live stream. But on my screen, I see it like doing this, and you can see in the output it's going 5, -5, 5, -5, 5, -5. If I go back, literally nothing happens. 1.2? I don't know. Whoa. It does go faster, and it's still exponential. So how do I make it not exponential? Would I guess be the other thing. Whoa. That was pressing down, just like a little bit. Whoa. Why am I floating forward? Whoa. Huh? Down is very interesting. Okay. So I'm not pressing up or down here. If I tap down, it kind of like, I don't know how we were moving forward at all. If I tap down, it's actually what I'd want up to be. And you can see the number bursting up a little bit. And then it normalized. This is actually kind of what I want up to be. It's just a little too aggressive. Interestingly, we burst through the collision. Like, we're so fast, it doesn't even collide. If I go up, things get really weird. You shouldn't multiply the speed by itself, I think. You should just add or subtract the up or down input each frame. Whoa. How do I do that? Oh, so here we're doing terrain velocity times, so instead of that, terrain velocity plus direction y or something? Whoa! Oh, shoot! Look at that! How does the character move? So it's doing the opposites, and it's reversing it, which makes sense, right? If we make that float negative, it's going to reverse it. So we actually, I don't really want back. If actually, I would want moving back to do like nothing. I'd want moving back to, at most, make you constant, which means I don't even necessarily want the axis. So that means I kind of don't need any of this stuff, which we kind of knew, but actually super none of it. So instead, I could just say input UI up. So input Y, we don't even really need to say that. Right? We'll say input up. Is just looking for this. Do I need to say like just pressed or something? Is action just pressed? And then we want to say that this is input up. We don't need to do any of this, so we actually can get rid of the direction stuff. So instead of direction Y, and I guess we can say if input up That's not really a true or false. I guess it's just looking to see if it's not 0. Then, so we don't have the direction thing anymore. Terrain velocity plus, but what is that input gonna output? Just like true or false? So then it would just add 1 or nothing. Is this what making sense is? Gotta not be pushed back right away. Oh! Okay, that immediately didn't work. Float and bool. Oh, because that is true or false. Is action just pressed is true or false. So we have to say, we can't say plus input up. We would want to say like a hard code number, like 1 or something. Because that's a Boolean. Now, it doesn't seem to be going up when I press up. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. It goes to 6. But it's very brief. So we don't want to say just pressed. We would just want to say pressed, I guess. Or unless there's a held or something. Because it's only moving to 6 once when I tap it. Oh, there it goes. Oh, yeah. So then it's adding it every time. Let's go. Nice. Oh, nice. And then we could put like a cap on it. So you could run a little faster. That's kind of an interesting mechanic that you can just like speed up your entire game if you want to like that really opens up some interesting speed. This is a I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that as a mechanic. Like should you be able to speed up your entire game? I don't know. You shouldn't multiply this by itself, I think. Yeah. Now it accelerates at a more manageable rate. I think you could set a constant. Yeah, I think so. And clamp the terrain velocity to that. That sounds true. So you can't accelerate indefinitely. Yes, absolutely. Move toward would solve that problem. What is move toward? I don't even know what it is. Moves from toward 2 by the delta amount. Will not go past 2. Okay, I got something to learn here. Godot move toward. What is move toward? Fantastico guaxinum. Looks like it's not words. I like words. I'm a big fan of words. I'm sorry to say it. I like it when someone's talking. Ideally. Looks like that's going to be the only one that's going to like break it down on its own. Otherwise, it's like part of, you know, another tutorial. Where is this? 34 seconds. It's quite a short one. It's an interesting demo. Does it have it in the code, though? Move toward here. Variable position equals Godot position. Move toward mouse position. Does that help me learn anything? I don't know that it does. All right, I'm going to give the wordless one a chance. Let's give it a chance. Create 2D scene. Yeah. Sprite 2D. Attach a script. Process delta. Sprite 2D. Vector 2. Argument 1, argument 2. Move toward takes 2 arguments. Oh, this is for move toward. I see. Returns a new vector move toward 2 by the field delta amount. Use move toward to update the position of sprite 2D. Interesting. So you're saying the way I would implement this is terrain controller, terrain velocity equals, well, I wouldn't even, or do we add, oh gosh, I don't even know. I mean, certainly I wouldn't just say move toward here. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's not how that works. How does it work? How do you use it? It is right here. It is right up here, right? So when we move around left and right, if it sees that we're moving left and right, then it's gonna do the direction times the speed. Otherwise, we move towards, nope, I don't understand. Velocity x equals move toward velocity. Like, if you're not moving, you're moving toward. Basically, the first argument from is what we will be changing. And the second argument to will be our destination. And each frame will move first argument slowly until it reaches second. So it's like a clamp. And here I see they've got 3 things in here. Oh, delta float. So the speed, move toward 5, 10, 4 returns 9. 10, 5, 4 returns 6. Hey, what's up, Default Cube? How you doing? Today I am beginning prototyping a game that I'm going to be working on for as long as it takes to finish. The game idea started in my head, and the idea is that you are an alien with these regeneratable limbs and regenerative limbs. They can be injured by obstacles, so it's kind of like an infinite runner game. It can be injured by obstacles like bullets, something flying around in the sky, a building. You are invading Earth to collect meat to send back to your home planet. Meat being people, animals, whatever. You grab them, you send them back home. But if your limbs get damaged, not only do you lose the ability to use them, but you can no longer collect meat to send back home. And you have to collect meat to regenerate your limbs. The arms will let you grab meat. If you have both your arms, you can grab more. Your legs will help you move, of course. If you lose your legs, an arm can replace a leg, but now you have less grabbing ability. And your body can take permanent damage that can kill you. So it's going to have maybe like a roguelike vibe to it. I don't know. And you can block, you know, if you want, something like that. That's the idea. That's pretty much the game idea that I have. And that was just a crude animation, very crude animation. Planning it out. I used Womp 3D to model out a character that is not the final character by any means, but it's a little something just to get started. So there's our little alien. Today I have been setting up the movement and this endless runner situation. Big props to, I guess I should, you know what else I should add into credits? Not just the people who come through the chat, but the YouTubers. The YouTubers. Big props to Explore Gamedev for giving me this code that I used to have that endless runner work. Let's throw that in the credits immediately. Also, we need Albeska in there too. And so now I was inspired to set up a way. Explore Gamedev. YouTube or YouTube tutorial runner code. We'll just say that for now. Albeska Godot Consultant. Okay. So now what I wanted to do was be able to control forward and backward movement, which in theory I want to allow you to speed up, which won't necessarily speed up the character, but speed up how fast the ground moves, so you could go faster. And the point that I'm at right now, and we have a few problems. For example, that you can get pushed back. That's the whole other problem. But the idea, well, see that? What? Okay, so that is a strange thing I gotta figure out. Is that the move toward? I wonder if that's the move toward. So there's something. There's something that happens sometimes that we start floating forward. I don't know what that is, but it's real. Oh, there it goes. It's almost like I collide into something in a way that like launches me forward. That's super weird. Anyway. And so right now there's no cap on this forward movement. So you could just eventually go so fast. Wow, you can go really fast. And but it's too fast. And I would say the point that it's too fast is when you're not colliding anymore with stuff, because then it becomes a cheat. You know? Then you can just blast through everything. It actually probably raises some problems, right? I actually kind of think maybe we shouldn't do this. I'm gonna keep it for now, but if at high speeds you just blast through the blocks, how do I really know that it's not giving you a slight advantage even at a little bit of speed? I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it right now, but that's where I'm at right now, is figuring out how to clamp that that speed moving forward. So yeah, that's what I've been up to. I'm gonna keep working on this game. I'm starting on Wednesdays right now, Godot live streams, and then since I'm healing from my shoulder surgery, I'm gonna gradually ease into streaming more. So I'm gonna add in Tuesdays and Thursdays. I apologize for the live stream quality. Oh my gosh, I just saw it drop. So I'm easing into the streams. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm going to be doing Godot as well. By the middle of December, I'll be doing Godot 3 days a week, working on this very game, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll see how long it takes to bang this game out. But that's all I'm doing is Godot. So default cube, if you remember that poll I ran, I decided to go with only Godot. So anyway, the internet. I did switch my internet service provider. I got a new internet service provider, but it has some problems, and I'm going to need to talk to them. So my internet problems are not yet solved, but that's all right. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm working on it. Most games, enemies are aliens. I know, right? Yeah, and that's kind of like intentional. I noticed that you kind of are the enemy because you're coming to invade Earth and eat people. I really wanted to have like some exciting like animations, like where you're like devouring humans. So you're definitely kind of evil. Maybe a little bit of Rampage vibes. You know, the game Rampage, it's gonna kind of be like that, because you're gonna be able to like destroy buildings and find people in them and then eat them. That's the idea. Anyway, we move velocity x towards 0 by amount of speed every frame. Oh, that's what this is saying? It's 5 a.m. in your world? Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. That is a different time zone. That is a different time zone. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the code for the player. So you're saying that that's what this is. You're explaining what this is doing. This is moving velocity x towards 0 by the amount of speed. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I do want to apologize for that internet. I am going to be calling up AT&T. I'm going to be having a conversation with them tomorrow because they are very communicative and they just installed this internet. So I hope we can solve this by Friday. That makes sense, because I kind of just see 3 and I'm like, oh, that's XYZ. No, that's not how this works. Okay, so we have, it's been mostly fine except for that hiccup. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Yeah, it seems, yeah, well, anyway. We move velocity x towards 0. So I would want to say, okay, I think I understand it. So I want to say that it equals move toward, and then I'm going to add terrain controller, terrain velocity as the first argument. So move toward, or have terrain velocity move toward, and then the clamp value, right? So if we say, what, 15? Probably that's too much. I don't know. By the amount of 1. Did I do that right? Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh, shoot. That works well. Look at that. This zoom is ridiculous. I need to adjust this. It's a tough zoom, because if I change anything, it messes it up. All right. So there's my output, so you can just see the value a little more easily. Oh, I kind of liked the little bar there. Let's do it like that. Okay, so yeah, it works. Thank you. You taught me that very well. And I feel like I just understand arguments a little better. So there you can see it cascades up to 15. And so that's awesome. Wow, move toward is cool. So the move toward is moving a value toward another value. Now, just out of curiosity, if I say negative 15 by a step of 1, will it figure out to subtract it? I'm just curious. It does. Oh, this is a very cool tool. Look at that. I don't think we should let the player go backwards, right? Like, that's silly. At that point, because the problem with backwards is it raises the question of like, well, why can't we just turn around? You know, why can't we just completely turn around? So backwards is definitely not an option. I feel like we could go a little faster than 15. Let's try, let's see what 50 does for us. Super useful. I think so. Maybe the last problem I'll try to fix before I stop is getting it so we don't get smacked by a block as soon as it starts. Now 50, it does seem to still collide, but I didn't like... It seemed like we were still able to skip some. I mean, the thing is we don't actually want it to push our character back, do we? I guess we want the character to actually not be colliding physically. What I really want is for, like, injuries to happen, right? So if you run into it, your leg health would go down. Not you would get stuck on it, but your leg health would go down. And you would move more slowly. You know, and maybe different objects. So then we'd want to, so actually what I'd want to say is if you collide with it, it would slow down the movement, right? So if it's moving here at 5, a value of 5, if you run into something, I'd want it to move to 0. I want it to be at 0. That's what I want to happen. Ooh, interesting. And then, you know, we could also set up something. So say like something on the ground there is a building, right? So it might hang and slow you down for a second, but then the building gets destroyed, right? The building gets destroyed and your leg gets injured a little bit. So it might slow you down for a second, which does raise a question, you know, if you can go so fast, you know, what's the advantage of going fast? You almost want to make sure there is like a speedrun timer. I mean, this is already a game. Like, this is a game at this point. Maybe it's not. Oh, it did that again. Oh, so that's a bug. That's a bug. I need to start taking notes of the bugs. That one is a bug to look into. Let me open up a Notepad Plus here. Let me get a Notepad Plus here. And we're going to say, sometimes character floats player character floats forward at start after a collision. All right, let's save this in our documents folder. Alien notes. All right. Keep that one down for later. You can destroy the object on collision and damage the player. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I want. The only reason I'd leave some flexibility is if there's like an indestructible object, like a certain object that like can't be destroyed or something, you know? And the other thing, if you're going slower, you know, that also maybe means that like the enemies can swarm on you, because part of the concept is that you're invading Earth, right? And so, you know, whatever country you're in, they're eventually going to send in the military to come get you. I want the first level to be like a milk or like a cow farm, you know, just like some podunk like family farm that raises cows. And so you're going in there to go eat all the meat, right? To go get all the cows. And then like, you know, the farmer, whoever runs the place, comes out with like a shotgun or something, and that's like the first human that you fight. And then it just like escalates from there till the end of the game when you're like, you know, going up against like the world military or something. So so I definitely want there to be a variety of collision types and stuff like that, but that's kind of the concept. Okay, so what do I want to solve right now? There's so many things. We've got so much. It's like now there's so many things to potentially fix and change. We got the cap. I mean, at some point, I just have to say we did a good job. Pat myself on the back and keep moving. We still got jump in here. I don't know about jump. Maybe jump. No, jump seems like a good thing. I don't really know. Oh, I know. I don't want the character to get pushed backward. That's what I don't want. Yeah, we should fix that, because that's really annoying. So this is going to be tricky because so guys, I have all of the collision in its process turned off. It's set to disabled. This is all the collision for the object here. The arms, the legs, the body, they all have separate collision. And I currently have them disabled. But I'm still colliding with things. So, you know, if I want the collision to not push me back, I don't even know how to do that. I wonder if there's some way to just limit movement, right? Because if we say limit movement on the Z-axis, that should keep it from going anywhere. A lot of engines have that as like just a setting. I don't know if this does too. But maybe it does. Axis lock. Physics body 3D. Axis lock. Let's go. Linear Z. Let's try that. Nice. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. And so it still pushes me off to the sides. But that's fine. Dope. Wow, it even like squishes me down a little bit. Well, that was easy. That was a little too easy. Still don't really understand the collision problem. Usually instead of having your blocks as static bodies, you'll have them as area 3Ds. That way you can still detect the collision, but you'll pass right through. Interesting. Noted. Thoughty says, I think that just disables the process function of node, not the collision check. So if I select all of these... Oh, it's not giving me the collision options. Or where is... You know, like the layer and mask stuff? I thought that was on these. Apparently, I don't understand what collision is. Collision shape 3D. I guess we'd want to maybe say the character body. Get rid of the collision stuff on here. Does that? Oh, yeah, but then we then we fall through the ground. So I guess I need to make the change on the blocks, not this. Well, it's not too important right now. That seems like a more down the road thing. So then what is... I mean, I don't really understand what this is doing. Oh, is that why it's disappearing? I don't know. I'm just... If I say inherit, that's not going to bring all that back. Okay. But it should basically function the same. Whoa, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. Full screen. Alright, this is pretty fun. And I guess, you know, in terms of like stopping the speed or lowering the speed of this, that'll be a little tricky because as soon as it stops, you know, it won't be pushing me to the side anymore and everything will just be frozen. You know, I think what I love, like in my dreams, and this is overscoping a bit, but what I would like is you could actually trip, right? So if like something hits you underneath, you could actually like fall forward and trip and fall on your face. Like that would be kind of my dream mechanic. I don't know. I guess we could handle that. I guess we could do that, right? Because we could stop everything if you hit something. It damages your leg and the character like animates, just falls forward. We could do that. We just need like a trip state. So like whenever it hits this, it trips. And it plays animation for like a certain amount of time, and you have to wait for that to finish, and then you get back up and you keep going. Interesting. It's really nice that we have this much built up because it really helps. The layer and mask is on the body, not on the shapes. Oh. Okay. You can turn off the collision at collision shape. There's collision shape, resource, local to scene path. Oh, right there. Oh my gosh, it's right there. It says disabled right there. Thank you. It says it right there. Okay, cool. So processes for something else. Gotcha. Oh. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense that we would fall through the ground. All right, cool. Understood. Thank you. Now that all makes sense. Let me make sure I get you in the credits here. So the last thing that I'll do is just have it stop when we hit this. And then, I mean, I could just keep going. Like at this point, I'm hitting a stride, baby. I love it. And then we just stop. Cool. Let me get you in the credits. Thank you for your help, Thoughty. I appreciate it very much. Okay. Move the layer and mask 2 on both player and the ground. Right, so that way it'll collide with the ground, but not the other things. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, and then we're gonna say .t. Godot consultant. That's a lot of words. Seems like you could just do GC. Seems like at some point you could just say GC. All right. Right, so then I would want to say that put the ground on a layer and the obstacles on another. That way you can switch the obstacles. Yeah, right. You said move the layer and mask to 2 on both the player and the ground. So if I put both of those on 2, we come to the ground collision, or the ground here. and I take the ground off of 1, I guess, everything should be normal. No difference. But then what I can do is I can come to the character, turn off 1, and now we stay on the ground. But we skip through these. Beautiful. Let's go. And so if I understand this correctly, mask would let me still detect the collisions. No? Oh no. There we're still bumping. I guess it's not. I guess, like, I think that's me fundamentally understanding layer and mask, which I forgot. Okay, well there we are passing through it. And then perhaps, then we could still register a collision, because we're gonna need to know that. What? It just dropped me through the ground. I think it's because I hit one of these. I guess we want to limit, you know, if I limit Y movement, what if I put this back to 1? Does it still do that? Oh. Okay, that was a mistake. Clearly I made a mistake. I don't know. Appreciate it, Thati. You should put the ground on a layer and the obstacles on another. Right. Yeah. I don't know why that would happen. Because normally it just kind of pushes you down and pulls you back up. But if we take... Oh, I forgot which one it was already. Was it layer? If we take layer 1 off and we sink into hell. Wait. Oh, sorry, not layer 1. Layer mask. Or mask. There we go. So then... Wait! Oh, it wasn't even when we bumped into that. That just happened. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I know what's happening. The ground... So there's... I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Hold on. The ground... Look how small it is. The ground is that... Whoops. Okay, we just zipped out of here. Is that... like this border. How do I even point to this? This is crazy. Anyway, you get the idea. It's this little palette here. So if we go off of that, we fall through. The other collision was happening in each scene. That ground terrain in each terrain block. So there's all these terrain blocks here, right? So if I open up this, you can see it has that ground plane. I almost feel like we don't need this ground plane. If I'm being honest, I feel like we don't really need this. It's gonna be interesting. You know, if I think about like if we're playing the game and let's say we want to like change the environment, like we're going from a grassy terrain to a rocky terrain, right? So somehow I'm gonna need to change these blocks. So this is like one block, right? Here's another. There's another. So that's where it's getting these different arrangements. So I would need to be able to gradually change the ground so it blends, right? But I wouldn't necessarily want to change the objects. This raises a lot of level design questions. And like my inclination is to say, well, just have the ground not be visible here. But then if the ground needs to look like it's moving, right, then that needs to be controlled somehow. So that's going to be very interesting. I feel like this endless runner tutorial leaves a lot of questions. Questions we cannot answer today. That's for sure. He just said to take a quick swim. Just, you know what? This is nice, enjoying myself. But you know what? I think I'm just gonna. Yeah. Yeah, it is, right? Yeah, that's gonna be a big thing. Balbeska says layer means that the player is in both the layers. Mask means that the player detects collision of bodies on both layers. Okay, cool. Gotcha. So if layer or mask is checked on both of them, we can get collision detections. Layer means that the player is in. So wait, is in like sort of like overlap versus hit? That's Unreal terms. I don't know. Yeah, but that's a problem. So then so anyway, well, in each of these little scenes, we have the plane. And so I could just like get rid of it, but then it's not going to be moving. I feel like it makes the most sense to have the blocks be separately loaded in from the terrain. I also want to say I don't want to procedurally generate it. So you know what? That kind of makes it easier. I really don't want to procedurally generate the levels. To me, that's not a fun game. I don't think procedural generation is that fun myself. I think like carefully designed levels are always more interesting. So that kind of resolves that problem then, because then we just make sure we design each slab to be exactly what we want it to be. I think we're okay. So then what I'll say is that these are on the layer 2. So 2 is the ground layer. Can I label these? Oh, we can! So if I rename this, instead of 2, if I call this ground, is that like everywhere? So if I hover this, you can kind of see the word ground under there. If I come back to the main scene, go to the character, does it still say ground? It doesn't. Okay. So we have to update that everywhere. And then over here, same thing. We gotta update that. Alright. Alright. That's fine. We'll just update it everywhere. A little tedious. A little tedious, but I guess nice for purposes of remembering. Oh, it did. Wait. I'm just gonna call this 2. Maybe it's on a per scene basis? It is. Okay, so it's on a per scene basis. So in here, if I rename this static body, the layer and or the mask. So right now this is labeled as 2. You can't really see it because my cursor is so big. Oh, I'm blocking it. That'll also block it. Anyway, that's a 2. If I rename this to ground, now that says ground. And then if it's in the same scene, the mask will then be renamed ground. However, that doesn't affect in a separate scene. So in the separate scene, did I rename layer 1? I don't think so. Well, let's see. Let's make this 2. So I made 2, 2 here on this layer, and this scene. So this is this terrain blocks 4 scene. I come back to the main scene. If I look at the mask here, it says ground. So layer names are global. I don't know. I don't know. I'm inclined to believe you. But here, this mask 2 is named ground. Here, this is on the main scene. Layer 2 is named ground. If I come to our other scene here, and I hover over this, its name is 2. So I think it must be on a per scene basis. But more that was just so I can keep track. It would be nice if it was global, though. Would be kind of nice. I don't really know. I feel like we still don't need the collision, though. I feel like these don't need to collide. They're just visual, you know? So I kind of want them to not have collision. I'm going to get rid of the collision. I think that's what I want to do. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to say they don't have any collision because, you know, on one hand, I don't like that, but I don't know. Oh, this one is, did I really come through here and rename them all ground? Now I'm confused again. Wait, did I rename them? Today I learned you can rename layers. Apparently you can. Wait, now this does have the name ground. Did I do that? Did I do that? Yeah, I don't know what, like, use it really has, other than, you know, you get, oh, this is interesting. Okay. So I hit edit layer names, and I've got this whole project settings. So I think this is why Albeska was saying that it's global. In the terrain scene, you renamed the visual layers. That's it. Albeska, very much correct. It is global. Layer names. Oh, so we've got render layer names. So I can reset this here. So now that doesn't have a special name. If we go to physics or something, avoidance navigation, there we go. 3D physics. It's named ground. Gotcha. So yeah, totally global. This just actually isn't relevant because I wasn't actually clicking on the collision of the ground itself. The ground is this. There's the collision for the ground. And indeed, it's called ground. Gotcha. Well, I gotta say, I don't really want it to be collidable. I don't want it to be collidable. So, I mean, I guess the best thing would be to remove collision, like on the layer and mask. Or I could come to the collision shape and hit the disabled. That probably makes the most sense. So I'm going to do that on each scene because, I don't know, I just feel like it's better to handle the ground elsewhere. Maybe that's a mistake. Because then it won't be dynamic, you know, if I like change how many blocks there are, it won't necessarily keep up with it. So I could see that being potentially not ideal. For sure. And I guess we got to think about that too. Like, what are the limitations? Like, can you only move so far? Well, yeah. Yeah, your character doesn't move out of here. And see, then we can fall down. No, I think you're fine. No, it's fine. It's only if you change the width. I think we're fine. All right, so I'm going to come to each one of these. Collision shape. So the ground isn't collidable. I don't know, it feels potentially messy to have these moving platforms be collidable. And then on the main scene, I'm just gonna make sure that this ground is big enough. We can actually make it even smaller, since we know we're not supposed to be moving forward. There is a bug where sometimes we move forward, but technically we're not supposed to be able to move forward. We're probably going to want to set limits, maybe use that move toward again, so we don't go off camera or whatever, or we have like a certain vicinity, which is interesting. You know, like, just in terms of, like, realism or, like, it making sense. Why can't your character move all the way over here? I guess that's a level design problem, too. Yeah, invisible walls. Right. And so, I guess I tend to, like, have problems with invisible walls, which doesn't make sense. It's a personal problem. Invisible walls? What's wrong with invisible walls? I don't know. Sometimes I think it would be nice if it like makes sense. So let's say you're running down an alley or something and there's buildings on either side. That's why you can't move to the right. That's why you can't move to the left. But if the idea is you're in the entire, world, whatever, you're landing in a field on a cow farm, like what are the barriers going to be? Why can't you just jump over them? I think this is like one of those game dev problems that's worth like just saying, you know what, just put invisible walls. Just put invisible walls. But I love to imagine that there's a good way to make it make sense. I don't think there is. I think you're right. Invisible walls is the way to go. But even, if you think about like Subway Surfers, right? You're locked in to the like train tracks, and it makes sense that you wouldn't go off the train tracks. The whole point of you playing this game is that you're on the train tracks. So it's like, why would we stay in this area? I guess you could blend it with the environment for immersion. Maybe you could have like farm fences for the farm areas. Right. But then it's like, if we can grab buildings and crush them or step on them and blow them up, why can't we blow up the fences? It just kind of like starts to raise like weird questions. See you later, Alveska. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sleep well. And yeah, take good care. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. I guess we could do, if you say goodbye, we could say goodbye songs for members too. Thank you, Alveska, for helping me today. Thank you for being a member of this channel. It helps so much, even if the ISP that I use, the money that you give to us, that ISP doesn't deliver it. At least we have the money, Albeska. Thank you, Albeska. Not really a song about Albeska. I'm just lamenting about the internet. Anyway. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's... At some point, it's just like... Just put invisible walls. Or... You can move, and the camera moves with you left and right, and there's an infinite planet that you can go left and right around, and that seems like a little too difficult to design. Just design an entire planet that you can actually like walk all the way around. So an open, yeah, right, it would be open world at that point, which is probably too much. See, that's an overscope. That's how we get into overscope territory. I really love being able to go faster. It's quite nice, actually. I'm gonna have to think about this. This is just something I'm gonna have to think about. I'm gonna have to just like meditate on this. Sleep on it, and not worry about it right now. But it is a question that eventually I'm gonna wanna address. Alright. It's part of the point of doing a prototype, right? Is finding out what these questions are. Okay, so last thing I want to do before we stop is I want to figure out how we can have the character actually stop moving when they collide with something. Or not the character stop moving, but the whole level stop moving. So we've set up in the character controller a way for the terrain to be sped up, to move more quickly forward. So what we want to do is detect when a collision has happened, number one. Number two, if that collision happens, then set the terrain velocity to 0. Okay. I guess we want that collision on the character. So if I get the character... Now, I'm not sure how to even detect collisions. I'm going to keep it real with you. So I'm going to need to figure that out. Probably... Oh, we need a raycast? Input ray pickable? I think we need a raycast. Probably. Now we set this up before. Let me look. I'm going to look back at my other project. The last Godot project I was working on. Maybe the blocks have signals you can use. Oh, I like that. Right, so then the signal, right, and then the signal would have to, I feel like we'd still need a raycast, right? So like a ray coming from the player, and that's looking for, we definitely had this problem before. It was just simpler. So there's a raycast that we had set up. That's only coming from one position, right? I mean, I would think that there would be a way to say if this collides with this, but I guess there's not. And so the way we had set this up, we actually had the script on the raycast. And again, this is an old game that I might work on again someday. I may well work on this again someday. But I realized that the scope of this might not be as easy as the one I'm working on now. So this one I might come back to someday. But this one, the idea was you could come up to these characters, you could talk to these characters and stuff. And so it knows if you're in front of them. So if I'm over here and I try to talk to them, pressing the activate key, nothing happens. When we get close and we press it, a dialog box appears. And that's because it's detecting the object that's in front of it. So that was kind of how we had solved this before, was having that raycast. Right? If you use an Area 3D, you don't need raycasts. Really? Is that so? That's very interesting. Because I would rather avoid the raycast, because a raycast feels very small. And for this, it really needs to be dynamic, because... And let me just real quick, just see what it's... If is colliding... Get collider friend nearby. So we literally can just get some is colliding stuff. Okay, so this should be, and this is on the collision shape of the player. So the player can tell, am I colliding? If I am colliding, get the collider of this friend nearby. Or set friend nearby to true. Oh, I see. Of the thing, so I see. If it's colliding, get the thing that it's colliding with. Of the thing that it's colliding with, look for the variable friend nearby. And if it sees friend nearby on the thing that it's colliding with, set that variable to be true. So this should be kind of what we can say is if it's colliding, and we don't even need to right now think about what it's colliding with. All we need to do is say, is it colliding? And if it is, then change the terrain velocity to 0. I feel like that's all we have to do. And then in terms of like area stuff, right, if we need to say the arm is being detected, the leg is being detected, I think it would make sense to do that. Very much so, because a raycast isn't going to be as useful by any means. Because I mean, I'm imagining, you know, designing enemies that have like different weapon types. Like maybe someone's got like a homing missile. I don't know. Like the missile goes, right? And it might hit your arm on this side or that side or here or there. So it should be able to detect it from like any angle. We got Novid in the house. Welcome, Novid. Good to see you. I am prototyping a new game. It is a new game, but it's the only game I'm going to be working on this channel for a while. I'm starting on Wednesdays, and then by the middle of December, I'm going to be streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. So 3 days a week, just Godot. And yeah, and so this is the beginning of that project. Right now, we got this little alien that runs around. And the idea is that these limbs will be destructible. And if you run into objects on those limbs, it's going to like basically make the character have less abilities. And you can regenerate those limbs by eating animals and creatures and regenerating those limbs. Once they're fully regenerated, you can then collect the animals and the creatures and stuff and send them back to your home planet. Because that's what aliens do. They abduct things. So that's just kind of like the quick rundown of the game. And So today I set up this endless runner logic, and now I'm looking into setting into some stuff that happens when you collide with things. So specifically, I want to say that if we collide with something, everything stops. So we did set up a way to speed things up. If we move forward, the level moves more quickly, and I want to say it just stops. So I'm going to see if we can set that up. Failing is awesome. Thanks! I modeled that in WOMP. So every Monday, I'm doing member streams. Member and patrons. So it's for either. And those are going to be game art. So all the art for this game, I'm going to do on Mondays as part of member streams. And I made this in WOMP, which is a pretty cool 3D web software that's free. And actually, let's look at the video of it. So I modeled it with SDFs, which kind of like, lets you do some like some goopy, blendy type of modeling. And I was able to export it, bring it into Blender, and make it so it was a good format for Godot. And yeah, now it's here. It's not going to be the final thing. I'm going to also be learning Godot on these Monday streams, so I can actually, make it look exactly like I want it to. But I figured it would be nice to have a little placeholder. So I appreciate you saying that it looks awesome. I appreciate that. So that's just the way it looks for now, but hopefully we can get some better designs as I learn Blender. Okay, so on the player, I like that we're getting to the point I don't need to show the animation anymore. Like, now the game explains it almost as well as the animation. The animation does have the regeneration, though, but that's okay. We'll get there. So, what I'm gonna say is if I need to, this code is looking messy. I am gonna say. I'm gonna comment this. I'm gonna say this is collision stops level movement. See if we can just get is colliding in here. Wait, how do I does that have to be? I don't actually remember where that was. Let me search. I forgot what it was. I thought it was just oh, not online documentation. No. Thank you, but no. Just right here. Is colliding. I guess we could just say wait, what was it? Returns true if it's colliding with another. Wait. We could just do collide? Boolean collide? Really? Is that true? This method needs the transformation matrix for the shape. That seems like that's not what I want. Right? I'm just surprised that it's not like giving me the autocomplete. So I must be doing something wrong here. All right, hold on. Let me do this over here. I'm gonna head back to the old one. Maybe it was on like a collision thing, and that's why that worked better. I don't remember. My brain's getting mushy. My brain's getting mushy. But I'm determined to get this last feature. Oh, we're tiny now? Okay. No, because that's on... Oh, that's on the raycast. So that's a function, is colliding, is a function of a raycast. Gotcha. I see. So we would need a raycast for that. Therefore, we should either look into if it's possible from a collider or if we need that from an area 3D. I'm glad you're liking Godot and learning it. I am liking it. It's just so powerful and flexible and lightweight. And honestly, you guys are a big reason why I'm using Godot. Like the community, I'm hooked. Like y'all are so supportive and there's such like a proliferation of new knowledge that keeps coming out and there's so much enthusiasm and that's like the lifeblood of open source. You know, is that there's a community there making changes, suggesting changes. Like I don't know, it just feels like the most vibrant of the game engines available right now. And I'm here for it. I'm going all in. Plus, I want to just work on one game. I want to work on one game. I can't do that when I'm doing 10 engines a week, you know? All right, so, I mean, let's say, I mean, I don't really want to. I guess we could look at the signals for the collision. Tree entered, ready, node, visibility. Oh, so the collision ones don't actually seem to have anything useful here at all. Property list changed, script changed. All right, so maybe we need an area 3D because it kind of doesn't matter if it's your arms or your legs, but maybe we're going to need it for each body part because again, you know, I could make the area 3D just like that yellow box that you see around it, right? But let's say there's like a bullet that like comes from the side somehow. You know, that would feel kind of cheap if it like hits you and it didn't hit you, you know? Or like, cause then if there's like a block, we're pretending we're role playing as the block right now. If you were to be right here and then you jump over it, it's gonna detect it too soon. Might be able to get away with just using 2 area 3Ds. Right? Just like one that wraps around here and one that wraps around here. The problem then is that that's not dynamic with the arm position, which would change, but that's a whole other problem anyway. I think the area 3D should be on the block and then it notifies the player when it hits it. Oh, so wait, so maybe on the block. Oh. So I'm just in terms of chaos or not. I mean, if there's multiple obstacles, right? Enemies, if you will, or, you know, whatever. Parts of the scenery. I guess this would be something we'd want on the messenger. I guess we'd want this on the messenger. So that way it can bypass the hierarchies. Okay, I'm sold on that. I'm pretty sold on that. So, all right, we gotta do this on each of these. But if I add an area 3D onto here, it's a great suggestion. It could work. Okay. Psychotic Joe, MVP today. I mean, y'all are MVPs, but thank you so much for all the help. Area entered. There it is. That's what I want. Body entered. Emitted when the received body enters this area. Area entered. Emitted when the received area enters this area. What does that mean? Try right-clicking and changing the node type to area 3D. What? Really? So just static body? Just instead of static body? Change type? Dude. That's a lot easier. And then we have those signals. And then I guess for each of these, we'd want super nice. I guess we could put the script on the terrain, maybe. But then we'd have to check. I'm just trying to think of like the path of least resistance to get the most functionality here. I mean, it's almost like at some point I have to do repetition, right? I have to set this up on all of these. You know, I can make one script and attach it to each of these blocks, and that's like an enemy script or something, an obstacle script. But then again, if I can't do multiple scripts, you know, if I want to say this is a house versus this one is, you know, a player with a gun or a person with a gun, you know, I'd want that logic to be separate. I feel like we're getting into some entity object inheritance stuff here. But I'm technically not sure. I need to do some research. The best way to like approach that with this, you know? Because it would be nice to just have like a script that only relates to, so almost like a checkbox. So almost like it would be nice if I could have like an export variable or something in the inspector where it's like, is this object an obstacle? Is this object an enemy? Is this object static? You know, and then just check those for these objects. And then it would apply that logic to it. And I feel like that's just a whole other thing to learn. I think maybe this is just a whole other thing to learn. That's what I think. I think I'm going to call it. Because this is a really good specific problem to like chew on and try to solve. You know, and start fresh. To figure out how to set up the obstacles and the enemies in the game. And as much as I'd love to just set it up right now, I think I might be doing a disservice if I try to do that. So for now, I'm going to say we're done. I'm going to say this has been excellent, good progress. And then next week, soon to be tomorrow, that is to say, in the future, I'll be able to work on things 3 days in a row. But for now, since I'm healing from my shoulder surgery, that's hard to say, shoulder surgery, or I'm just getting loopy. I wanna only do 1 day a week. Maybe you can create a scene from the block, and you can use a script on it. Right. Right. No, it is a super good idea, Thoughty. In fact, I should make sure I note it down. So we're just gonna say, we're gonna make this is my Kanban board. It's not a Kanban board. Next, obstacle interaction. Blocks into area 3D for slowing player detection. Blocks into separate scenes. Couldn't even put a little Psychonic on here. Put a little Thoughty on here. Separate scenes for different obstacle types. Somehow, let's see, even put this at the top. Somehow have different properties for different obstacle types. Good job for today, everyone. Agreed. Dude, teamwork. Maybe groups can help with the different types of the obstacles. Right, so like organizing it a little bit. Or maybe I don't know what groups are. I'm not sure where the script should go. Yeah, right? Makes it reusable. Right. If functionality of these blocks will be the same. Yeah, that's the thing. Is so, you know, like imagine one block is a certain enemy type. Another block is a building. Another block is, I don't know, I guess a trap, you know, something. And so they could have, so then every trap, yeah, would be the same. Every enemy would be the same. Well, not every enemy. Every kind of enemy would be the same. Every building type would be the same. That makes sense, to have like a reusable scene for those different types. I like that. Seems like a possibility. Seems like a good possibility. Why did Entropy's chat not show up here? There it is. Still going strong. Still going less strong. Because, you know, I just sort of hit a point. Those are different scenes then, yeah. I just hit a point where, like, it's going to take me another 5 hours to figure this out. But we've got some good progress, though, Entropy. We got this runner. Look at this. Look at it go. And it even, we can run into these too. I just currently set these up to not have collision. But we can make them collide. We can make them collide. So there we kind of bump into them and it moves us over. The idea is gonna be, as you may remember, that this will injure you. It'll injure your weak little alien body. And the limbs will need to be regenerated. And things like that. The next steps are going to be defining obstacle types. Defining obstacle types. Right? So let's say if you bump into a bullet versus a building. Right? How will that change behavior? You know? So, yeah. And then, oh, we can also speed up forward. We can make it all go faster, which was kind of cool. So I got so many thanks to give to all y'all who came through today for making this possible. What the heck? This really came together today. The prototype is well underway. Different scenes, and then you can use the messenger from within that scene. Right. I'm so excited to use the messenger bus. I feel super nerdy saying that, but I mean it. I am extremely excited about that. All right, so different scenes does seem like maybe the good way. So I think we have most of the notes down from that. All right then, y'all. Progress. I'm gonna be back on Friday. Doing the game jam. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are the days that I'm streaming for right now. I'm going to be adding in Tuesdays and Thursdays working on this game. But for now, we're just doing Wednesdays. And Mondays are member streams. I want to give a shout out to the patrons. I very much do. These are some wonderful people who support this channel via Patreon. It enabled me to get some new internet service providing. Unfortunately, there's some interesting issues with that internet service provider, so I'm gonna need to talk to them. But thank you for making it truly possible for me to pay for that install fee. Really means a lot. You can go to patreon.com/hypergamedev to join there. But guess what? You don't have to pay anything. You don't. There's a free way to join. And by doing that, you'll get a secret live stream that you can't get anywhere else unless you join up. So hit join for free, and then you can sign up with your email, and you will get a totally freaking free live stream every Friday after the game jam, where I talk about the channel, kind of a behind the scenes thing, and if you have projects of your own that you want me to check out, that's a great time to do it. I also want to give a thanks. This is going to be a little aggressive, but I want to give a thanks to the YouTube members. and the people who've donated to this channel. I haven't set it up nice so it blends in nicely or anything, but it's there. These wonderful people have joined on YouTube if they have the icon next to their name. Otherwise, they've sent some donations. Thank you for doing that. If you're a member, you'll get access to the Monday live streams. You also will, if you're a patron, you also get it there too. But you'll get emotes and priority in comments and chat and all that stuff. It'll put your messages in different places and you'll get a cool icon and you'll support the channel. So thank you if you're able to do that. You can head to the channel page or probably on this video you can find it. The join link is right there. Thank you if you're willing to do that. And yeah, that's about it, y'all. That's about it, y'all. Good night to you too, Freaker. Freaker made this music, by the way, that you're listening to. So that's always nice. Finally, absolutely finally, if you're watching this after the live stream, you can click on the left to watch the last Godot episode that I did on this channel. And if you tap or click on the right, you'll be able to watch the next one. So I'll see you there, and thanks again for watching, y'all. Bye.